in the name of Saint Borbarad, his forbidden knowledge and his divine power. Today is the day of the first paladin. From this day on will blood wake blood. Freedom through pain, power through will. Every human a mage. Upon this altar do I offer my tribute. Flesh unborn, souls pure and unblemished. In eternal Borbarad's name. Atoki Oruk Zulgarov of Zaraminja. Idiz Raki Zulgarov.
Almost 20 winters have passed since Borbarad covered East Aventuria with a pall of undeath and corruption. Those who fought were crushed. Those who capitulated became villains in their own right. Only those who fled escaped the endless column, in which the dead did march from battlefield to battlefield. The wall of death that Borbarad fell. The demon crown, symbol of his dominion, burst under the God's Blade's seventh stroke. Out of the ruins of his empire arose the cursed Shadowlands. Terrible warlords fought for power, bringing fates far worse than mere death upon those living there. And so it was that we too fled. All your lives fled, until the war goddess Rondra's knights freed the city of Warunk. Here we might live, finally find peace, Chiron. We must not fail.
She ran here. That's all I know. I guess she didn't like that marriage your father arranged.
My family is none of your business.
All right, none of my business. Can I go now?
Not yet. That gate, where does it lead?
The deeper tunnels of Moloch Mountain. That's all I can tell you. Never dared going down there.
Well, I'll get her out.
The gate is closed for a reason. Moloch Mountain is full of danger and dark secrets.
The undead are the less dangerous of what's in there. Wolf lizards, demon spawn.
By the Dark Mother, your sister could be dead already.
Listen to me. I will go in, and I will leave. With her. And you can go now.
Fast as lightning, and just as foolish as your sister.
I learn from the best.
Your arrogance will be the death of you one day.
Come on, Father. The only risk was slipping on their guts.
Enough. We're here to find Calandra. Someone has to bring her to her senses.
To her senses? You're forcing her into this marriage and then asking her to be reasonable? I would have done the same thing.
So you think she's right to just run off? To risk both your futures through her selfishness? She has responsibilities. She has to learn that.
Our future. Calandra marries Folk of Arivor and everything will be fine. We will be decent Warunkian citizens and live happily in peace and prosperity to the end of our days.
She means as much to me as she does to you. You know that. That's why we have to find her before it's too late.
We three have managed pretty well so far.
Warunk is more than just some refugee camp we've been stuck in.
A glimmer of light in the darkness.
The only free city in the Shadowlands. If we stick together, our running can end here. No more icy roads. Never again night watch, no demon spawn attacks, and no more hiding places full of stinking corpses. That's a lot, even if only a part of it comes true.
A beautiful dream. Why did she come here, of all places?
Moloch Mountain is more than just a simple cave. The countless tunnels can lead one to age-old secrets. Fair Drodon's laboratories. The foundation of the Golden Pyramid. Realm of the Dragolich, Razazor.
Undead and black magic. The people of Warunk have had more than enough of both in recent years. No wonder they avoid this place.
An ideal hiding spot for someone who's not afraid of the creatures that lurk in this place.
Calandra doesn't know Folk. She'll only marry him to help us. She'll never really love him.
Folk of Arivor is a good match. He's a knight of Rondra, the goddess of war.
And?
He fought on the front line when Warunk was freed. If anyone can protect Calandra, he can.
Calandra can look after herself. And like you're always saying, heroes don't live long.
This marriage gives us the right to stay in Warunk. That's what counts. Besides, you know your sister. Sooner or later, he'll be eating out of her hand.
Calandra has a mind of her own. She's more likely to stand naked in the marketplace than agree to this wedding.
A stubborn girl who loves her freedom.
Just as stubborn as you are.
You mean because I don't want to be treated like a cripple? Nice of you. But that's what happens when you fight battles that can't be won. Do you want your sister to end the same way?
No.
Look, listen to me. To Calandra, this is about more than just a place to hide. She knows that we will find her and bring her back to Folk. And that's why she's not here alone.
Don't tell me she's here with a man.
Folk wants a virgin bride. She knows that.
You must be mistaken. Calandra would have told me about any suitor.
Some people in the camp saw them together last night. He is a giant of a man, and quite an attractive one. She could have chosen worse.
If Folk is so obsessed with her virginity, it only proves that he doesn't really love her.
Who's talking about love? Even if he feels differently himself, the Church of Rondra cannot afford any talk amongst the people of Warunk. A wedding would be inconceivable under these circumstances. The Rondrians have very strict ideas about honor and loyalty. Why should Folk be any different?
Of all places, why should she choose Moloch Mountain for her first night? I could think of some more convenient locations.
How am I supposed to know what's going on in her head? I don't even know if it really would be her first night with a man.
I know. If he so much as touches her, I will tear him to pieces.
A big brother's protective instinct.
No bloodshed, no blood mixed. That's family. You certainly drummed that into us long enough, and still haven't explained what that exactly means.
I had my reasons. Just believe me.
Time is running out. I'm going. You stay here and Yes, wait out here and protect my back.
Be careful in your search. The people of Warunk say that there are more than just lizards and undead here.
I've heard of this Black Hand, another demonic terror for my list.
Stay away from him. He's deadly and you are alone. Just find Calandra and bring her back. I'll wait outside. And no matter what happens, or how badly hurt Calandra may be, do not mix your blood.
It hasn't happened yet, and it's not going to happen this time either. Calandra! Where are you?
I knew you'd come.
I knew you'd get yourself into trouble. You need help right away.
No! Get father. I'll wait here.
Calandra, listen to me.
Don't. We're both wounded. You might mix our blood.
Father and his cursed rules. If I don't bind your wounds immediately, you'll die.
Please, Chiron. We don't know what will happen.
Hold still. Was it worth it? Just to delay the wedding? And with this man?
Chiron, don't be such an idiot.
So it had nothing to do with the wedding?
It's about all these people. That man kidnapped them. I think he wants to... Oh, that would be so terrible. We must save them.
Then hold still!
What was that? Something's different. Do you feel it too?
We can think about that later, if we survive or whatever that is.
You hold the fort. I'll watch your back.
Can you fight?
I'm tougher than you think. And after that, whatever it was, the bleeding stopped. And take this potion. You're more likely to need it than I.
You got a healing potion?
I didn't take it because I thought that the monsters had trampled the bottle when they tore off my bag. You're lucky I didn't have time to crawl over there earlier.
Why didn't you tell me about the healing potion?
Do you really want to discuss that now?
Forget it.
How did you do that? You just cut down a servant of the Netherhells, and we're both still alive.
If I hadn't saved you, there'd be no wedding. No wedding, no wedding feast.
You're a fool. But seriously, that was more than just the courage of despair. It was... magic.
Magic? Because my blood mixed with your blood? What is the kidnapper up to? And what do you have to do with it?
At first, I thought he was an interesting guy.
I really misjudged that one. I saw him last night near our tent with a little girl. His hands, his face covered in blood. I have no idea how old that girl was. Maybe 12? She cried and begged for mercy as he dragged her off. I snuck along behind him to kill him when the time was right. On the way here, he just knocked a woman down and took her with him.
Last night? It's already getting light out there.
Next time I'll wait until you're awake too. But I lost his trail on Moloch Mountain. The beasts here all avoided him like the plague and attacked me instead. So come on! We have to stop him before he does something to those two!
How could our blood have such an effect? I only know of magicians who perform magic with their blood.
The Borberadians. Father has hated them ever since we were children. Remember how he always used to curse them when he was drunk?
You mean that's the reason for the eternal prohibitions and the secretiveness? That dog has known it all these years.
He loves us. We know that. Why wouldn't he tell us about something so important?
He's gonna have a few questions to answer when we get back. This man, you didn't leave with him because of that. I mean, to prevent the marriage with his help.
Have you nothing better to do than worry about my virginity?
I am your brother.
And that is the only reason why you're not getting your ears pinned back. But just to reassure you, you and Father can sleep peacefully in the knowledge that the little sweet rose Calandra has not been picked before her marriage.
That is all I wanted to know. Time is running out. If we want to free the prisoners, we have to hurry.
One more thing. I found this on one of the corpses here.
A deed to a house in the East Quarter.
I knew the dead man. His name was Praedon Carstig, a fishmonger from Mendina who somehow got citizenship here. Something here has disfigured him horribly. We should really return the deed to his family.
You do it. You knew him. We're not going to enrich ourselves at that family's expense.
You know what Father would say. Chiron, we really could use that money to survive.
Yes, Father, but I am not going to tell you that for once I thought of others.
Son, you're much too decent. One day you'll throw yourself into a yawning abyss on someone else's behalf.
And just to spite you, I'll do it gladly.
Fine. Then let's get a move on. The kidnapper awaits.
Fresh blood. We've found them.
I can't find a lock or any kind of mechanism. Still, there must be a way to open this door somehow.
Is anyone there?
Behind the door. Those must be the prisoners.
Oh, the gods, help us! Help us before it returns!
How many of you in there? Are you alright?
There's 7. He performed this ritual on us. So much blood. So much blood!
We're not going to be able to open this door. We will have to force the kidnapper to release them.
If he comes back, he'll eat us all!
Eat!
He will pay for this. We'll be back soon to free you. Hang on!
No! Don't leave us in here, please, don't!
The Dragolich Razazor's Golden Pyramid. Impressive that so much of it is still standing.
Again, fresh bloodstains. We're on the right track.
This gate is even more massive than that door earlier. We need to find out how to open it. Maybe there's a switch or something. Strange design. Maybe it could be used to open the pyramid.
Or the metal door in the hallway. Are you going to be able to do that?
Shouldn't be too hard to handle. Have a look around. Maybe you can still find something interesting.
Damn! It's a trap! How much longer?
Almost there.
How much longer?
Ah! Oh, shit!
Let's get out of here! I'm gonna chop your head off so you never eat again. Are you alright?
I was burned, bitten, and paralyzed. But I'm still a virgin, so I guess everything's in order. Kill him. He should suffer the same way the people he's eaten did.
If that's what you want, then put an end to it, and do it quickly. But know that all those whom I have already collected will die with me.
We're gonna open that door. I'm interested to see if it's harder than your head.
My supplies are bound to me by blood magic. I prefer them living. I am the only one who can release them. I can do that if you let me go, but if I die, they will die a slow and painful death. And don't even think of trying to capture me. I will leave this place a free man, or a dead one.
You can't ask us to decide that!
I do what I please. So, do we negotiate?
Why did you do it? What did you think it would bring you?
Many years ago, I discovered the teachings of Saint Borbarad. Everyone is a magician, if they are only strong enough to free themselves from the yoke of their conscience. This is Borbarad's promise. His teachings open the sway of my willpower to me. The blood opens doors through which only the best can pass.
What? You have to eat other people to do blood magic?
The real power isn't in the blood. The real power is in the flesh. I was the first to recognize that, and I will therefore triumph over all those too blind to see. What value the life of a weakling, when its sacrifice can increase the might of the strong?
Your blood magic binds your prisoners to you. Disgusting, but still just ordinary magic.
It is my spell, fed from my blood. You are too weak to break it.
And why shouldn't other magic be able to break that bond? If your spell is so powerful, why should I believe you can even break it yourself to free your prisoners?
Because you don't have a choice.
What should we do with him?
It could have been so easy. Kill the villain, save the innocent, and bask in the glory. Instead, we have to decide between letting all these people die, or letting a cannibal go free. In the end, there is no right or wrong here. Only the decision and its consequences.
So that's what a powerful mage looks like. Look at yourself. Look at what your flesh and blood magic has made of you. You're no longer human, just nothing more than a murderous beast.
It is the power I crave, not the eating. What do you know about it?
You wanted power and freedom. Instead, you prey on the innocent. You are nothing but a slave to your disgusting hunger.
That was never my goal. Maybe it really isn't the hunger. Maybe the eating isn't really necessary.
Prove your true power by mastering your desires.
Maybe I could. Maybe. If you let me go.
Swear it.
You have my word. That will have to do.
Now run him through!
I know what I have to do. There has been enough bloodshed. Your life for that of your prisoners.
The cannibal had been defeated, and Karen let mercy stay his hand. The prisoners' lives were of more worth to him than his thirst for revenge for the bloody deeds done to satisfy the beastly cravings of a deranged mind. The cannibal dissolved his blood bond to the chamber in which his prisoners languished. The power of his blasphemous magic opened the gate, releasing the prisoners. Only with difficulty did they overcome the fear of death so deeply infused in them by the horrors of the cavern and the blood magic spell. Karen and Calandra led the martyrs to their freedom and to Warunk. Karen kept his word and left the conquered cannibal alone in Moloch Mountain. The joy amongst the refugees was great, as they once again held loved ones already believed dead in their arms. But only a few days passed before people began to disappear once again. Had the cannibal broken his promise? But such incidents were not uncommon in the Shadowlands, and no one could say with certainty whether someone or something else had taken them instead. Well, son, some rough days, yes? The cannibal story has caused a sensation. Everybody is talking about you. The prisoners' families are rejoicing because their relatives have survived, but many others condemn you because you spared the cannibal.
Somebody had to make a decision.
I'm sure that you gave your very best, son. There's something else.
What?
I wanted to thank you for bringing Calandra back.
Forget it.
And is everything fine with her?
Yes, damn it. Falk will receive a bride as pure as the first snow and as chaste as the sun god Preos. And if he's lucky, she won't have starved to death or died of the plague before the wedding either.
It's not my fault that Falk hasn't got us out of here yet. And it's not my fault that the archdemon of disease is sowing her oats here. Falk does show his goodwill, and he uses his influence for us, and that's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about.
Is he going to give us passes for the old town now?
He got us some extra rations. We're supposed to pick them up from the food line at the Prior's Temple.
What? Just like that?
Of course not. Falk wants to hold a banquet at which we're to get to know his mother.
If Falk would just get us out of this pest hole, I'd prefer that to any feast.
The Warunkians are protecting themselves against the plague, so they only let strangers into the old town with the Rondrians' permission. I'd do the same in their place. No one even knows what kind of plague it is, or where it comes from. People say that the archdemon Mishkara herself brought it here, and maybe they're right. None of the archdemons can be pleased to know that the war goddess Rondra now reigns in Warunk.
Just like Falk, ingratiating himself with extra rations. Now he wants to buy us, just as he bought Calandra.
It's high time Calandra married. Good for you, too.
What do you mean?
I think you know full well, Chiron. Did you really think that I never noticed the way you sometimes look at your sister?
Careful, old man. Careful.
If I'm wrong, that'll be a pleasant surprise.
People here are starving.
Yes, but Falk goes in for grand gestures. This attention will raise his bride above all the other refugees, and her family too. If we were to give away the leftovers from the feast, we might gain a little respect.
Falk wants to present his mother? Who is she? Why did she come here, and why now?
All I know is that she is supposed to be a lady of noble lineage. Your sister is marrying into a noble family.
Wealth blinds people, just like power. You've told us that time and again.
I have always made sure you survive. And that's what I'm going to do here. We can get all moral later.
What exactly am I supposed to do for Falk?
He got us some extra rations. We're supposed to pick them up from the food line at the Prior's temple.
What? Just like that?
Of course not. Falk wants to hold a banquet at which we're to get to know his mother.
I'll go to the Prior's temple. My stomach has been growling for hours.
Good. Be careful and come back as soon as you get the food.
Just let me die.
What do you need?
Greetings. Where are you going today? Aren't you this Chiron everyone is talking about?
That's me.
Then may I point out to you that the City Guard does not appreciate your deeds in Moloch Mountain at all. By the 12 gods, you could have gone down in Warunk's history as the cannibal killer.
So you don't care about the prisoners' deaths?
There was only one true citizen of Warunk among the prisoners. The rest of them were refugees. Don't get me wrong on this, but sometimes a few people have to pay the price for the community's safety.
My decision was right. Think what you want. How is it possible that nobody saw the cannibal?
He was hiding in Moloch Mountain. Nobody dares go there, and he seems to have been hunting only at night.
Sounds a bit thin as an explanation.
Whatever. But why are you here, then?
I want to go to the market.
Do you have a pass, then? Risk of plague, you understand?
No, but I'm healthy.
No pass, no entry. I'm sorry.
There he is, our saviour.
I only tried to do the right thing.
Don't hide your light under a bushel. You have saved so many lives, we are really in your debt. You should not listen to all the scaremongers who would prefer the cannibal dead. For Mother Peraine's sake, nothing can outweigh a human life. Here, take this. It is not much, but I give it with all my heart.
Travier, smile upon you. Chiron, right?
Have we met?
My name's Rika. If you want to know anything about the city, then I'm the one to ask.
I haven't been here long. How do you know my name?
Is that supposed to be a joke? Everyone's talking about you.
Who would have thought it would cause that much of an uproar to spare a cannibal's life?
You're a hero. You've saved the weakest of the weak, and I agree with you letting the cannibal live. He won't dare be coming here again.
At least people now know that they should be careful.
Don't be so humble, Chiron. You should talk to the survivors in front of the Prios Temple. They're going to adore you.
So, people talk about my sister, and about my future brother-in-law, huh?
Yes, about that too. A marriage to Folk of Arivor, hero of the liberation. That's so romantic.
His Grace the Necromancer's Bane, Warunkian Plague Bailiff and Metropolitan Yarkon's watchdog.
The girls really envy your sister. Anyone here would marry Falk in a second. The wife of the second highest Rondrian in the country. If I weren't already spoken for, I could get to like that myself.
What responsibilities does Folk have as a plague bailiff?
Strictly speaking, to keep us under control. The Warunkians are afraid of everything that comes out of the camp because of the plague here. That is why they've closed the gates. No one can enter the old city from here without Folk's consent.
Rondrians. Discipline and order.
Someone has to do it. I would rather be locked in here and let them inspect me regularly for pustules than have to fear for my soul outside the walls. The city guard would never be able to manage it alone. They have enough trouble with the real criminals. That's why they need the Rondrians.
What do people have to say about Folk's role in the liberation?
I wasn't there, but it must have been truly impressive. They say he stormed into the upper town first, much faster than the other Rondrians. The necromancers were so afraid of him that they spirited themselves away. He hardly even had a chance to slay any of them.
Sounds as if Folk is some sort of demigod.
Of course. He's a hero, like you.
You exaggerate.
No, I do not. A hero is a hero, and that's all there is to it. And even if it's not true, why should people stop dreaming that things will get better? That wouldn't help matters any.
What can you tell me about Warunk before the liberation?
By the Dark Mother, a lot has happened since Metropolitan Yarkon and his Rondrians kicked the necromancers out. The undead dragon Razazar ruled here for many years and rebuilt the whole upper town. He is said to have had a splinter from Borbarad's demon crown. He paved the roads with skulls and built a huge golden pyramid on Moloch Mountain. People say that the dragon was killed in a battle in the west when he attacked the imperial city of Gareth. Apparently, he killed half of the Warunkians in order to raise their corpses as undead soldiers for the attack. And that was only a fraction of his army.
Gareth. They say the city was almost completely destroyed in the war. Better than years of occupation like you had here.
Over a dozen years. Then came the thunderstorm, the chariot of the goddess of war wanderer. Her lightning bolt must have lit up the whole sky. Then Moloch Mountain exploded, and debris rained down all over the city. Everyone thought the day of liberation had come, but the Rondrians took their own sweet time about it. Long enough for the Council of Necromancers to settle in, and also for the Soul Collector.
The Soul Collector, a mighty servant of the archdemon Thargunitoth. It is said that he rips your soul out if you get too close.
Yes. Oh well, I found the nightmares worse, because they got even worse while he was in power.
Is it true that he still has the Thargunitoth splitter from the demon crown?
No idea, but there's simply no stopping demons, and the Soul Collector is powerful.
What exactly distinguishes a Metropolitan from a normal Rondrian?
The Metropolitan is the leader of the Rondrians here, a very powerful man, people say. Yarkon of Turyalef is a veteran fighter, a real hero, but pretty strict. Folk is his deputy, but he serves the goddess of war Wanderer, like all the other Rondrians. And like the other Rondrians, he should fight honourably and protect the people from evil. If you want to know more, you should ask a Rondrian.
I think I have a rough idea now. You're already taken? Who's the lucky one?
Rio. My beautiful Rio. He wasn't quite as handsome as Folk, and his moustache wasn't as splendid, but he was my Rio.
What happened to him?
Oh, the plague. The great exodus, you know. He left with the sick people. My Rio is a real hero.
What was this exodus you mentioned?
Have you seen the yellow symbols on the houses? They mean danger, plague. No one knows what kind of plague it is, but it's been raging for months now. When it got really bad, and even our benevolent Margrave Sumadan wanted to throw the sick out of the city, this preacher showed up. He called himself Gamat. He had a talisman which couldn't heal people, but could at least ease their suffering a bit.
And he led the sick out of the city? Why did they follow him? Only death awaits them out there, at best.
That's what I said too, and stayed here. But he told the people that redemption awaited them in Clawmore. Salvation from Mishkara's caprice, he called it. And my poor Rio went with him. Maybe I should have stopped him. But Rio was so beautiful, with all his faith and all his passion. I just had to let him go. See you soon, Kyron.
Rhondra, smile upon you.
I'm supposed to pick something up here.
Get in line like all the rest.
Might makes right here. Why should it be any different in the soup line?
Watch your tongue, boy. Otherwise I might teach you some manners.
His Honor Folk of Aravor sent me. My name is Chiron.
The Reverend's future brother-in-law. I see.
Why are you, of all people, standing here handing out soup? Doesn't the Metropolitan have more important tasks for his warriors?
Food is the most precious thing people can hope for in this neighborhood, so one must be able to defend it.
Then it's no better here than out in the Shadowlands.
The difference is, here, anyone who steals is punished. Outside, one can lose his life by accident.
I know. And if you're unlucky, you lose your soul, too.
No. Only those who get involved with demons lose their souls. And even in the darkest of days, when nothing else is true, that you can count on, my son.
Please enlighten me. What makes a Rondrian?
We do our duty, protect the weak, fight the evil, honorable deeds. Ever heard of that, boy?
I see. And that's why the food line is in front of the Temple of Prios.
We aren't even certain it is still a temple. Some scoundrel might have desecrated it. Some impudent, necromantic, God's damn scoundrel.
No! You really think so?
Something one could believe of those blasphemers who only learn respect by the sword.
Come on, give me the extra ration. Obedience is a matter of honor for you, right?
There's a difference between kneeling down and bending over. And it's only the fact that you haven't yet learned that, my son, that saves you from being challenged to a duel. Yet, when the gods are so kind to you, it's only right that you in turn do something for the community, for behold, the plague rages hard amongst those who have nothing, and every helping hand brings sorely needed relief.
Ah, if I don't help some patients, you will find that Rondra's will is miraculous, and I will get nothing.
I see you understand, and by my sword, no command in the world will stop me. Take care of Firenmar, Barnwolf, and Sarabella. They're pious folk. You will not be able to heal them, but at least you can alleviate their suffering. You can find all three here in the refugee camp. 2 of them on this side of the street, and 1 on the other.
All right, I'll do it. I hope those 3 don't infect me.
These bandages will help you. Keep them if you don't need to use them. Sooner or later they will help for sure. And now take the food. Hopefully the right ones may receive it.
I know what I'm doing. You're not looking well, but you don't smell like the other sick ones.
Sick? No. Warwick's men did this. I didn't have enough with me to pay their fee. When they're done with you, your body feels like it's filled with glowing hot nails.
Try this.
Thank you. Still nails, but they're not glowing hot anymore. Stay away from Warunk. That's what I can give you.
The Dark Mother sent you. Every moment in my life is pain. Give me your sword, or finish it yourself.
It's too early to give up.
I thank you, but all the same, I'll soon be with her.
Stop right there.
Get out of my way, or I will make you wish you had.
We saw you at the temple. You didn't go to the back of the line.
I know exactly what starvation is like. I didn't want to torture you.
You have a whole basket full of food. Food which could satisfy all our hungers.
This time I was lucky. Maybe next time it'll be you.
Our children are sick. Without food, they may not wake up tomorrow, if they can even fall asleep.
I too have a hungry family.
You and yours, you're only 3. Your basket could feed 12 people. Give it to us, and nobody has to die today.
I can't give you the food now. It belongs to Folk of Aravor. If anything is missing, he will execute the thief.
Then it won't matter if you die now or later.
And you think that Folk won't look for you? He'll be my brother-in-law soon. But I'll make you a proposal. Let me go and come to my tent tomorrow. Then we can share the leftovers.
Right. Good. That sounds like a deal. We'll see you tomorrow.
I'll be there.
Mother Parain, it hurts so much. Please make it end. Soon.
Maybe I can prevent it from ending like this.
The 12 gods with you. That'll last until the evening at least.
Just a few pieces of copper.
Some hungry people tried to beat me up. Could have ended bloodily, so I talked some sense into them.
My Chiron, a good soul through and through. Maybe I'll stay here with you and not get married.
Sounds like a plan.
What if the wedding ring suddenly disappears? Or even the Virgin Bride herself?
Nice idea. But if you want to run away again, pick somewhere better than Moloch Mountain. That'll make it easier to bring you back.
It was so charming there.
Funny.
Chiron, listen to me. That magic in Moloch Mountain, I think it woke something in me.
We've both somehow learned to do magic.
Yes.
Maybe we're mages. It's often detected late.
No, that's not what I mean.
What do you mean then?
Kyle and I...
What is it? What? Why?
At least once. I had to do that at least once before I married Folk.
It was wonderful.
That was the plan, you know. And now?
Well, no one's watching.
Chiron! It's not funny. There should be something special. I'm not some peasant girl happy for a roll in the hay.
No, just a refugee girl who doesn't worry too much about blood relationships.
If I have to do something forbidden, then it should at least be worth it. That's what my brother taught me.
You must not marry him. We are leaving, both of us. We sell your wedding ring and leave Father some gold here.
I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The wedding ring's gone.
It's gone?
Someone took it from our tent when we were in Moloch Mountain. I discovered the theft just this morning.
The ring was everything we had left, and it was hidden well. The thief must have known exactly where to look.
The smuggler who sold us the ring. He probably gave the thief a hint.
That's why he ran off so quickly. We won't find him, but the thief might still be in Warunk.
Can you find out who stole it? Can you get it back? And I'll search for this smuggler. Let's see how fast he'll run in the end.
Have fun, ferocious one.
Chiron, did you have any luck?
I just wanted to see you again.
You are insatiable, mighty warrior. The bards keep singing loud about the deeds you've already accomplished using knife and fork. But do you seriously believe in getting further sweets without a fight?
If there's only cold chicken instead of sweet and juicy fruit, well then I shall be patient for a little longer.
Come on, don't make it more difficult for us. The sooner we have the stuff back, the more quickly we'll have Folk's visit out of the way.
One day I will kill that bastard.
Chiron, nice to see you again. Can I help you?
Someone stole something from my family. Did you see anything?
I know only one person around here would tangle with you. Borak the Bruiser.
Strange name.
Borak isn't as harmless as you think. When the Wandrians aren't here, he acts like he rules the refugee camp. He extorts protection money from people, and if they don't pay, he robs them. And he has a lot of people under his command.
Let's see how tough he really is. Where can I find him?
His tent is here in the camp. Really give him something to think about. Gods know he's earned it. He keeps following me around all the time, and I'm running out of excuses.
I'll see what I can do.
Before you go, earlier you helped a few friends of mine. You know, the ones that were so hungry? They wanted to show their gratitude. That's why I'm supposed to give you this.
It bears symbols of Archdemon Thargonatoth.
A talisman of Tigikul. Very, very forbidden. If the guards catch Borak with that, we are rid of him.
Oh, I understand, and I'm supposed to plant it on Borak.
I'll distract him while you put the talisman in his chest. It's sure to be somewhere around his territory. Then you rat him out to the guard. That's better than to the Rondrians. Just let me know when you're ready.
What was that bit about Borak again?
His tent is here in the camp. He keeps... I'll just...
So, Rika. I'm ready. Let us honor Master Borak with a handful of doom.
And here I thought you'd never ask. Borak?
What do you want?
You made me an offer recently, didn't you?
Yes, I did, you sweet, saucy little thing.
Could you tell me again what you meant? I didn't really understand it all.
I mean, it's a shame that a pretty girl like you doesn't have a real protector. You know, a real man.
But the Rondrians protect us. They're powerful warriors, aren't they, Borak?
Of course. You know, you're very special. That's why you should have a very special guardian, too.
Oh, that's so sweet of you, Borak. But I know so few people. Do you know of anyone who could protect me?
Well, I could protect you, for example.
But you always have so much to do. All those big deals you're always talking about. Surely that's far too upsetting for me.
I'll be happy to do it, Rika. I'd be happy to do that for you.
Oh, that's so sweet of you, that you're willing to protect me, just like that. I always knew that you really have a heart.
Guard?
The name is Bellalhard. Bellalhard Heusenstamm. Lance Corporal.
Bellalhard.
What do you have to report, citizen? Fellow.
I have demonic machinations to report, Lance Corporal.
Demonic machinations? Where, who, and when?
Borak from the refugee camp. I watched him worship the archdemon Thargunitov.
Can you prove that?
He had a demonic artifact. If you search this tent, I'm sure you'll find it.
All right, citizen. Fellow. The city of Warunk would like to thank you for your honesty and your observations. The city of Warunk will look into the matter immediately and find out just what that villain knows. Oh, if it isn't a knight of a sorrowful countenance and his baggage. Come with me, Borak. In your dreams, little man, you can't prove a thing against me. You're under arrest for possession of demonic artifacts. And you learned that off by heart. Oh, nice. And now... What? I have no idea how that got in there. We'll ascertain the facts in a detailed interrogation. Therefore, come along. Impossible. I have nothing to do with it. Borak has nothing to do with the chest of his possession. Take that down as the first point.
Chiron, did you have any luck?
Yes. Now you can just go get yourself all prettied up for Mr. Bridegroom.
Come on, it's not that bad. Maybe I can cheer you up. Do you remember the deed we found in Moloch Mountain? While seeking the smuggler, I ran into Pred and Carstig's wife. Her children were so happy when they got the deed to their house back. They even gave me a couple of herrings as thanks, but I bartered them for something that smells better. Here is your share. Let's say it's a little token of gratitude for my savior.
Folk, he'll be in here soon.
Chiron, I can't marry him. I know that now. Whatever you may think about us, you and me, please help me.
So we're leaving Warunk, you and I, now.
And father? We can't. There must be another way to get citizenship.
Rondra, smile upon you, your grace.
Please, Chiron, help me. Help us.
Calandra, my lovely, how are you? Greetings, Chiron.
I'm all right.
Ah, I see the feast is ready. Excellent, excellent. A family must stick together. Right, Calandra?
Yes, family.
Then may I introduce to you my beloved mother.
Greetings, my dear. Oh, and this young beauty just has to be little Calandra, am I right?
I'm pleased to make your acquaintance, highborn lady.
I'm not listening to any more of this. Chiron! This woman is mad, and this wedding is nothing but a lie!
Such anger, such power.
Of course I understand you, Chiron. It is not easy to let one's own sister go.
You!
You know, a woman would do you good too. Why don't you take this pass and try your luck in the city? And take some coins, a reward for your reliability.
I won't let him have you. Folk of Aravor! You will fall by my hand if need be.
Chiron, please.
You have already caused us enough disgrace. Be glad you can now at least enter the city.
The cough will go away. I'm sure.
Here you are again, my hero from the refugee camp.
Congratulations, you played that really well.
Thank you, Chiron. Then let's just hope he doesn't return too quickly.
Why would he come back? Won't he be executed now?
Executed? That's a good one. If all of the demon worshippers in Warunk were executed, the city would be deserted. The gallows are reserved for the real demon pacteers.
What?
Don't look like that. If Borak gets too rowdy, you can always kill him. Right?
Yes. Thank you, Rika. Thanks. So, Rika.
See you soon, Chiron.
In Rondra's name, what else do you want?
Is there anything you have to tell me?
I already heard that you completed it. Now you may return to your kin with a clear conscience. May Rondra bless your sword. Maybe there is some good in you after all.
Thank you. Farewell.
Stop right there, loudmouth!
Greetings. I see you've brought help.
You've broken into my chest and put this demon thing in it. And then you ratted me out to the guards.
And now you're here to cry on my shoulder.
Your ears is what I'll cut off and pay to the guy who let me out of prison. Men, get 'em. 2 girls to the man who brings me his balls.
Well, you sure showed him, didn't you? Very nice, very nice.
Did you know that guy?
Unfortunately, yes, but I didn't much care for him either.
Has he robbed or blackmailed you?
Neither. He was behind on his payments.
In arrears?
May I introduce myself? I'm Parel Notgelf from the Kreutzer Cartel. Warunkian underworld, understand?
I see. You're the debt collector.
More like the leader.
Congratulations.
I like you, boy. Say, maybe you'd be interested in working for us. You could improve your finances, and every once in a while the cartel has a few other things to give away.
We'll see.
You need not decide immediately. Just come to the entrance of Kreutzer Alley if you're interested. I'm sure we'll run across one another.
Sure, why not? Maybe.
See you soon then. The Kreutzer Cartel awaits your visit.
I'd like to go to the market. Here's my pass.
Thanks again for the information. We've been after Warunk for a long time, but we could never find any proof, or any witnesses. People have been covering for him, probably because they were afraid. Nice to see that someone finally took care of that rogue.
I always try to help.
Absolutely worthy of honor. By the way, the city guard is always looking for capable young men like yourself. Guards do have some benefits. The Forge always supplies us first, and our Sergeant Fergalosh has good connections with our Margrave Sumadan. If you're interested, you can find Fergalosh in our headquarters, east of the market. Just say that I sent you.
My thanks.
Oh, wait. You haven't even shown me your pass yet. I'm afraid I must insist, as I'm sure you'll understand.
You're only doing your duty. Of course I have a pass.
Excellent. Then I wish you an enjoyable and profitable day at the market.
Yesterday, the cartel went out on another foray. When I saw my neighbour again later, he had this deep cut in his neck. And he wasn't breathing anymore.
Warunkians, keep your city clean.
Interesting.
Whoever kills a dozen undead rats and delivers them to the temple shall receive an entire bowl of good soup. Be noted, a good character witness for the deeds must be named, whom the Diom shall seriously question in case of doubt.
Do you even know which end of a sword to hold?
Those snobs in the upper town don't care whether we eat dirt down here or die our own shit.
Yesterday, the cartel went out on another foray. When I saw my neighbour again later, he had this deep cut in his neck. And he wasn't breathing anymore.
He's still young and has strong arms. In the Middle Lands, he would still have a life ahead of him. Read out, maybe. Freed City. Freed of hope, maybe.
Now my brother's in jail. Just because the bloody guards...
People of Warunk, fear the
Freed of hope,
demons.
maybe.
Renounce their temptations and defy their servants. True salvation comes solely from thundering Rondra and her 11 divine siblings. They, and they alone,
There
lifted
isn't a
the heavy
problem for
yoke
which
of
I
the
don't have the right
necromancers
remedy.
from your shoulders.
I wouldn't wander around here like that if I was you, but... Piss off, and no stupid looks neither. Piss off, and no stupid looks neither.
Don't be like that. I still need at least 2 more customers today.
You should put your money pouch in your shirt.
Now, if it isn't the strapping lad from the refugee camp, wanna show me your mighty sword? Come on, you get me and my sister together. She's already cold though. Hi there, sweetie.
Better to keep your head down. Here,
I wouldn't wander around here like that if I were you, but it's your life.
better to keep your head down. Here.
Hi there, sweetie.
Piss off, and no stupid looks neither. Oh, business is going well, my friend.
What do you want?
Piss off, and no stupid looks neither.
I wouldn't wander around here like that if I were you, but
Hi there, sweetie.
your life.
A trip to Come on, you get me and my sister together. She's already cold, though.
You should put your money pouch in your shirt. No need to make it easy for the cartel.
Those snobs in the uptown don't care whether
Warunkians,
you down
keep your city
How
clean.
may I be of service, man?
Whoever kills a dozen undead rats and delivers them to the temple shall receive an entire bowl of good soup. Be noted, a good character witness for the deeds must be named, whom the Dions shall seriously question.
Interested in a couple of assignments?
All done?
Great. Here is your reward. All done? Great. Here is your reward. Very good. Tell me when you're done.
The Metropolitan announced the city walls have been completely rebuilt through joint efforts after the Divine Lioness, in her infinite mercy, had seen fit to make them collapse under the thunder of the trumpets of Pericle.
My daughter doesn't have skin on bones.
Now that we are protected from harm from outside, let us work together to eliminate the last eyesore from the upper town, where remnants of the unholy enemies are
12 gods. Free city. Freedom home, Those snobs in the upper town don't care whether we eat dirt down here or die on our own shit.
Now my brother's in jail. Just because the bloody guards wanted to have someone guilty to show.
The Metropolitan has decreed, whosoever pacts or communicates with demons shall burn. Whoever wears their symbols or speaks their language.
I wouldn't wander around here like that if I were you, but it's your life.
Don't be like that. I still need at least 2 more customers today. Don't be like that. I still need at least 2 more customers today. Come on, you get me and my sister together.
And no stupid looks neither. What are you looking for round here? Punch in the head?
Warunkians, keep your city clean.
Interested in a couple of assignments?
Whoever kills a dozen undead rats and delivers them to the temple shall receive an entire bowl of good
Here is
soup.
your reward.
Be noted, a good character witness for the
All
deeds
done?
must be named.
Great. Here
whom
is
the
your
Dion
reward.
shall seriously question in case
All
of
done?
doubt.
Great. Here is your reward. Welcome, Chiron.
Back again? So tell me, how many monsters have you killed with my steel so far?
Greetings, Dorangras.
I'm Chiron. Belhahard sent me to see you. He said you're looking for capable men.
Are you a capable man, then?
I defeated Borak.
Kangros Garashwoks! That was you!
Just me, myself, and I.
Then the city guard could really use you. Interested in an assignment?
What kind of assignment are you offering?
The brothel in Kreutzer Alley. Its owner is earning so much money now that the Kreutzer cartel is becoming interested. Protection money, you can.
So, the Kreutzer cartel.
There are also some strange rumors about the services offered there. Disgusting rumors, if you ask me.
Tell me.
Let's say the girls there are maybe not as full of life as they could be.
Who in all the hells would pay for that kind of service?
I don't know, but a beating will be enough to bring the brothel owner to his senses. And of course the guard won't be stingy either. We pay well. So, can I count on you, lad?
So I'm supposed to beat up the brothel's owner?
You should realize just where Angrosh's hammer hangs, but don't cripple him if you can avoid it.
And what happens if I do find signs of necromancers or the Kreutzer cartel?
Then the guards would finally have a reason to search the whorehouse. The cartel would have to realize that too, and that would prevent any disputes. So that's why you have to go, lad, and no one else. If my people show up in Kreutzer Alley, there's sure to be trouble with the cartel.
I get it. Tell me more about this brothel. Could Folk of Arivor have something to do with the whorehouse?
By Angrosh's beard, are you mad? Do you not ken what you're saying? I mean, I can't stand the bugger myself, but he must have really pissed on your leg if you're suspecting something like that.
Oh, I have my reasons.
Well, I can't say aught about that. Maybe you'll get a few pointers from the girls in the brothel. But, in truth, no Rondrian can afford to be seen visiting the whores. Bad for morale and so on. Especially if there really are necromancers involved there. The Rondrians would burn the owner at the stake. And they'd be damn well right, for once.
If you say so. Thank you for your trust, Sergeant.
Do you accept the assignment?
Yes, Sergeant.
Excellent. The owner of the Thorned Rose is Tiakranor, and you'll find him in Kreutzer Alley. Good luck, Chiron. And, lad, are you going to take the job?
Tell me more about this brothel.
The Thorned Rose is in Kreutzer Alley. You'll recognize it by the ugly human women on the balcony, the ones dressed so indecently.
And how can I recognize the owner?
His name is Tiakranor. That's all I know.
You said the Kreutzer cartel was blackmailing the owner of the brothel.
At least I can well imagine that their leader, Parel, will soon try. After all, the business is producing more and more gold. We can't allow the cartel to grow any more powerful. If we can get a handle on that whorehouse, then maybe we can finally open a shaft.
What?
We get a chip off the boulder. Oh, how do you bigots put it? A foot in the door. We have to be able to show our presence in Kreutzer Alley without starting a war with the cartel. That can only be done when people are not afraid. Just recently, a civilian came to me to report the theft of a piece of amber. It had a symbol of the sun god Prius carved into it. Right, the stone, not the man. At any rate, he hasn't dared to accuse anyone. And the only ones who come to mind are the Kreutzer cartel. Nothing is sacred to them.
Why do you think that the brothel owner is interested in a necromancer's services?
I'm sure you've heard. The necromancers had their way in Warunk for years. Eventually the people just got used to them.
The Rondrians pursue necromancers and demon worshippers mercilessly. And you think that doesn't help?
Lad, I've seen people who've gone to their deaths rather than change their habits. That goes for normal Warunkrians just the same as it does for the Kreutzer cartel. And, unfortunately, even for my own lads. Sometimes you have just to live with the fact that people have preferences that stink to high heaven. There's nothing you can do except hold your nose.
Again, but slowly this time. What exactly does this city guard in Warunk do?
One cannot simply abandon the city to itself, or the cartel. Then everything would go to the dragon around here. We are responsible for the lower town, at least for the part the Rondrians grabbed for themselves.
I see. After the liberation, they took their share of the spoils.
Right, we are Margrave's Sumadan's people. That's why we keep ourselves out of the affairs of the Rondrians. Ha! If they have their way, the whole city will soon be holier than a temple.
And what role does the Kreutzer cartel play?
They're criminals, interested only in their profits. Smugglers, thieves, and murderers. And their leader, Parel, is the worst of them all.
Tell me a little more about yourself.
I'm Fergalosh, son of Farug. 85 years' experience in battle. The last 20 as a mercenary leader. Many of my lads are still working for me.
The Rondrians liberated Warunk, and at least in the western city, they rule pretty strictly. So why does the city need a guard?
Ah, Rondrians! The people fear them, but they don't respect them. No wonder with all that talk about honor and loyalty and such. I'm telling you, lad, you have to know the people to lead them. And I know the people. That's why I'm the sergeant around here.
Fergalosh, son of Farug. I think you're hiding something from me.
So not only are you good with your fists, you're a fine, bright lad as well. Yes, I'm interested in the brothel. And not only because of necromancy and the Kreutzer cartel, but the other matter is purely private.
Come on, Fergalosh. If I were to tell anyone else, no one would believe me anyway.
Yeah, fair enough. So, the whores are having a lot of trouble with their customers. Many don't pay, and because the prostitutes have no rights, so to speak, they can't demand their money anywhere. That's why I want to bring the brothel under the guard's protection. Then we could make sure that the prostitutes behave more decently than they used to. And if all goes well, they could even start a guild at some point, so that eventually no one will need to protect them at all.
A whore's guild? And of course you want to have the brothel out of pure altruism, Sergeant, right?
Insolence! Father Angrosh himself invented the guilds in his divinity. If the guard earns a wee bit from it, well, that would benefit the whole city.
I'm reassured. Farewell, Sergeant.
He's still young and a strong arm.
People of
He would
Warunk,
still have a
fear
life
the
ahead of him.
demons. Renounce their
Greetings. Nice to
temptations
see
and
you
defy
again.
their
Which reminds
servants.
me, it would seem I
True
still do not
salvation
know your
comes
name.
solely from thundering
Kyra.
Contra and
Why
her
so
11
formal all of a
divine
sudden?
siblings.
You're in the
They,
city now,
and they
Kyra.
alone,
Here one tries to
lifted the heavy yoke
cultivate
of the
somewhat better
necromancers from your
manners.
shoulders.
Your presence tells me that you are interested in taking on an assignment. Or are there other questions I can answer for you?
You said something about a job.
Well, here in town, there is a delicate balance of power, you know? And sometimes we have some differences of opinion with the guards. And then there are people who take neither us nor the city guards seriously.
What are you driving at?
The whorehouse.
Business slow?
Business is booming, but not for us. The new owner just doesn't want to join us. But, this is strange, not the guard either. He's earning a mint, and all the other citizens can do is watch. I ask you, is that fair?
And what exactly am I supposed to do?
I want you to pay the owner of the whorehouse a little visit and suggest that he give the community its share. There is, of course, a reward.
See you, Perel.
Piss off, and no stupid looks neither. Piss off, and no stupid looks neither. Piss off, and no stupid looks.
A trip to paradise. Hi there, sweetie.
Forgive me, darling, but the brothel is closed today.
Closed.
The girls have their day off today.
I have a message for Tiakranor.
Message? Kind of message?
I can only explain it to him personally. Where is he?
I don't know. You should go now. Please be so kind as to leave the brothel.
Unfortunately, I won't be able to leave until I've spoken to Tiakranor.
Who sent you? Was it Folk?
Absolutely. His Grace is very angry about the conditions in this house.
But he was only here yesterday.
And he has decreed that your dissolute ways will no longer be tolerated. You are to put your affairs in order immediately.
Then you must help me. I beg you. I beg you. Jack Renault's gone mad. He wants to send all the girls to the Dark Mother.
He wants to kill them? Why?
He wants to turn them into the undead. He says it will be cheaper and better for business.
Well, that really does sound insane.
It's because of the plague and contagion and some special requests. Please, please hurry.
My help is not free, madam. Let's talk about my reward.
If you help me and my girls, I'll make you part owner of the Thorned Rose. Half. Once we are rid of Chakranor.
I agree. You mentioned the Dark Mother. What exactly did you mean?
You don't know the Dark Mother, son. She is the mother of the family beyond. Her husband is the Fiery Father. And then there's the Seeing Son and the Deep Daughter too, but we have to keep that quiet, right? Tiakranor says, thanks to the Dark Mother, death is no longer a limit, but only a threshold, and many new challenges await those who died in the afterlife.
You think the Archdemon Thugunitoth is the Dark Mother, and the other family members are also Archdemons. Agrimoth, the Destroyer of the Elements, Blackaraz, Master of Revenge and Hatred, and Charybdoroth, the Relentless Drowner.
Ha! Archdemons here, archdemons there. Those are the new gods. The old gods didn't look after us either. At least you can see what the new ones are doing.
Then there are others who consider the Dark Mother to be the reincarnation of Mada, the goddess of magic, and her son Borbarad, the ruler of the forbidden knowledge.
Excuse me, but that really is heresy, you know.
What was Folk of Aravor doing in the brothel?
He and Tiakranor seem to get along well. They're sort of friends.
Then Aravor supports Tiakranor's intention to turn all the girls into undead?
I don't know, but the other day, a girl who talked a little too much died. Falk doesn't want his name mentioned. Yes, the Lord of Aravor is simply a little more modest than other Rondrians. They never come here otherwise.
Why haven't you told anyone? Half Warunk would give anything for this brothel.
To who? The Kreutzer Cartel is still only interested in profit. Chiakrenor's new business idea would suit them just fine. The Guard isn't represented strongly enough in Kreutzer Alley and they demand proof before they do anything. And if the Rondrians find out, they'll hang us all.
I thought heretics were burnt, not hung.
It used to be that way. Nowadays the firewood is used for construction.
Explain to me again why Chiakrenor wants to turn the girls into undead.
It was the plague. Before the Exodus, many of the men who came to us were already ill. They wanted to enjoy their last days. But that also infected many of the girls. Chiakrenor eventually started resurrecting the dead girls in order to protect the living.
And you were probably happy to help whenever customers wanted to have special wishes fulfilled.
No, it wasn't like that. These people always just came to look. Chiakrenor told me that he only resurrects the girls as a reminder of life under the necromancers.
And you believed every word, of course.
What could I do? I was afraid.
Enough. Where's Chiakrenor?
Use the door. Hurry, please.
Ah, Chiron, welcome. I was told that you were coming.
Who told you?
Your patron, Folk of Aravor. He said that you're interested in sowing a few wild oats.
Oh, really?
Don't worry. I have a number of the most willing girls for you to choose from.
What has Folk told you of my wishes?
You shall receive whatever you crave. You can have any number of girls if you so desire. You can return them when and in whatever condition you wish, Mr. Chiron.
How generous.
I have always found Folk of Aravor to be generous. A fine man, and the only Rondrian to frequently honor my house. But be so good as to not mention anything about my new business idea to him. I would rather tell him in person.
I heard you have a new business idea.
Well, it's not really a new business idea. When the necromancers ruled here, there were brothels like mine everywhere. If you will, I'm just reviving an old tradition. And as you see, I do pretty well.
You certainly do. But what about your girls?
The girls are grateful to my people and me for helping them cross over to the Dark Mother. They have nothing but benefits from it. You look at these beautiful creatures, my masterpieces, tireless, invulnerable, and immune to all disease. Do you find the girls delightful too?
No, not really. The Exodus seems to have been good for your business.
Actually, I had nothing to do with it. It just so happened that Gamut was encouraged to lead the sick forth at a certain point. Folk said it would be better for both me and my business if the patients were not infecting my girls anymore. That was very considerate, but no longer really necessary. My people had already enabled the first to cross over to the Dark Mother.
Folk ordered Gamut to lead the exodus of the sick out of the refugee camp.
You would have to ask His Grace of Aravor himself, for he knows Gamut far better than I.
Enough! I'm not here for sex.
You're not? But I was told you were coming.
I don't give a damn what Folk of Aravor told you.
Who the Nameless sent you here?
I am here on behalf of the city guard. Sergeant Vergalosh will tolerate your actions no more, Necromancer.
You can't touch me. I'm under Folk of Aravor's protection.
I will go when I'm done, and your people are not going to harm these girls.
You cannot stop me, Karen. First, the girls will go to the Dark Mother, and then so will you. Men, Let the transition begin!
I had to take drastic measures.
Maybe Chakranor will like it with the Dark Mother. In any case, thanks for the help. Please check up on my girls. Maybe you can even save some of them from crossing over. I cannot thank you enough.
Don't mention it.
Oh well, there's a bit of work needs doing now. Someone will have to run the Thorned Rose. I'm sure my new partner won't mind if someone experienced looks after the girls.
For a share.
Business is business. You will know that both the City Guard and the Kreutzer Cartel have an eye on this house.
You'll have to choose one side or the other.
Yes, that would probably be best. It would be good if we were protected and wouldn't have to take too much of your time.
So, who do you choose?
Ugh, decisions. I'm terrible at making decisions. I want you to decide for me. Here, take the deed. Give it to our new protectors.
I think I'm going to report Falk's contact with Chakranor to his superiors.
Are you a Warunkian citizen then?
Not yet.
No one will believe you. And the Rondrian Metropolitan Yarkon isn't in the city right now. That means you would have to turn Falkin to himself. That might be a bit difficult, don't you think?
What if the city guard were to protect you and gain more power in Kreutzer Alley?
Well, prostitution isn't forbidden in Warunk. We could just keep the business going. We used to often have problems with people stiffing their bills, and we never had anyone we could complain to about it. That would change. Maybe we could even start a guild at some point. On the other hand, Fergalosh is extremely fervent. Many customers would go elsewhere for their enjoyment, and we would have to go hungry sometimes.
Why's that?
When you get to know a man, you have to find out what he is used to. With the guard watching us, we couldn't offer our customers everything they're accustomed to.
You can't seriously want to serve those habits again.
They're just little things, my friend, with underwear, without, things like that, guaranteed. But our neighbours won't be happy to see the guard coming and going all the time. Kreutzer Alley is still cartel territory.
What would happen if I were to choose the Kreutzer cartel?
Perel would gain more power in Warunk and would do good business with us. The girls could decide for themselves whether they want to work alongside the undead, but I can also imagine that the cartel wouldn't be too gentle with them.
What do you mean?
I know their kind. They would beat the girls just to demonstrate their strength. If they were out of the way, though, we could do what we want. In the end, it would certainly be good for business. And with the cartel controlling the smuggling, we would finally be able to eat properly again.
I think I know who I'll give the deed to.
Well, if that isn't timing, we have visitors.
Sergeant, what are you doing here?
Sounds of battle from a brothel. No whores to be found anywhere in Kreutzer Alley. Sounds as if you had a spot of trouble, lad.
The rumors were true. Tiakranor was having the girls killed and then raising them again as undead.
Drax Radrasho, and earn even more money that way. I hope he's already on his way to the Nether Hells.
Tiakranor is dead, and Dolorosa will now take over as manager of the Thorned Rose.
So, it seems I came just in time to see the guard poaching in foreign territory.
Get lost, Perel. The Thorned Rose is ours now.
Fergalosh, old friend, may I remind you of our truce? It would be very unfortunate if we had to return to our former behaviour.
Maybe the gentleman would like to allow my guest to get a word in. That will certainly help to clear matters up.
It's true. One of you will be taking the brothel under his protection in the future.
You don't really believe that the Kreutzer cartel will give a single foot of ground in this matter?
I hope you've thought it through carefully, lad. If you choose wrong, there will be war.
I want Fergalosh and the men of the city guard to protect the brothel. They will ensure law and order.
That was the right decision, lad. You're a decent man.
The city guard is supposed to take care of a whorehouse? That is so ridiculous it makes you want to cry. But the cartel has understood. We'll meet again, gentlemen, and may the new gods then have mercy on you.
Dolorosa was satisfied. Thanks to the city guard, the Thorned Rose and its inhabitants were spared any further attacks by the underworld. Necromantic machinations were now a thing of the past, and no one cheated on their bill anymore. The establishment of a whore's guild was finally within reach. The price of this security was that now many customers stayed away, for they missed the excesses common under Tiakranor's rule. Clalandra's groom was never seen there again. Most denounced the rumors of Falk's inclinations as offensive and implausible. At least they did whenever strangers were listening. Last but not least, Fergalosh's truce with the Kreutzer cartel was broken. The guard began to prepare themselves for a major confrontation, another opportunity for Chiron to make a name for himself in Warunk.
A trip to paradise.
You should put your money pouch in your shirts. No need to make it easy for the cartel. I wouldn't wander around here like that if I were you, but it's your life. Oh, business is going well, my friend.
Looking for a little fun. Don't be like that. I still need at least 2 more customers today.
There, in the window. And there, in the bushes. Eh? Keep your eyes open. Now that the guard is here, you sometimes even see people from the other town down here.
What do you want? Get out of here before I have you skinned!
Please, Perel. For a moment I had lost my trust in you. It was stupid of me.
Ah, mistrust. Chiron. I understand. I mean, we hardly know one another. If we continue to work together, I'm sure things will improve. And that, my friend, brings me to my next offer. A most lucrative assignment beckons.
See you later, Perel.
Good to see you, lad. Thanks again for the thorned rose. By Mother Parain, you made the right decision. I've another assignment for you. Are you interested?
Then tell me about this assignment.
It's about a man named Fyodor Brigante, a mage who settled down here. He's under house arrest, heresy. He's to be transferred to the guard's headquarters now, with an escort.
Why do you want to move the heretic? Does this have anything to do with Perel's declaration of war?
Right. Fyodor is no longer safe at home. The Kreutzer cartel could strike at any moment. We have to be prepared.
Why would the cartel be interested in a heretical mage?
Fyodor has a vast knowledge of witchcraft, demons, constellations, disease. He's an expert in these things and talks about them constantly. In the hands of the cartel, his knowledge could be quite dangerous. That's why we need to get him to safety. And, of course, it pays well.
Volk of Arivor appears to be involved in Tiakranor's machinations. Do you have any idea what's behind it?
Can you prove it, lad? You can get yourself into a mess of trouble if not.
It's the truth. Tiakranor himself even confirmed it.
I believe you can, but I'm probably the only one. No Rondrian would ever get involved with a necromancer. That'd be treason. And even if you do have evidence, you'll need power and a good reputation in the city. Otherwise, you'll never get the chance to submit it to the Metropolitan.
I don't even have citizenship. So my sister is sold off to the most powerful man in town, who betrays his own order, and I can't even prove it.
A marriage without love. That's bad. Someone has to do something.
What do you mean?
Folk of Arivor may be calling the shots for the Rondrians at the moment, but Sumadan of Bregelsalm is still the Margrave of Warunk. If I were to put in a good word for you, your family could get their citizenship this way too.
You'd do that for me, Sergeant?
Why not? If you don't disappoint me, well, lad, then you can count on me.
I think I deserve a somewhat more personal reward. I mean, consider the circumstances.
Maybe you're right, lad. You shall have your reward, but woe betide you if you double-cross me. Got that?
Of course, Sergeant. All right, I'll escort the heretic.
Very good. Then go to Kreutzer Alley. There you'll find Fyodor. Bring him safely through Kreutzer Alley. My people will be waiting at the other end. Once Fyodor is safe here with me, I'll get you your citizenship. See, I don't like it when my people have to beg the Rondrians for passes.
Yes, Sergeant.
One more thing, lad. You seem familiar somehow. Have we ever met before?
Not that I know.
Strange. Very strange.
Freed of out, maybe.
Dash it, those Rondrians. Finally someone's cracking down around here. Interested in a couple of assignments?
Welcome, Chiron.
Do you even know which end of a sword to hold? even know which end of a sword to hold.
Back there in the alley, that shadow. And there, in the window. And there, in the bushes. Eh? Keep your eyes open. Back there in the alley, that shadow. And there, in the window. And there, in the bushes.
Don't be like that. I still need at least 2 more customers today.
Theodore? The proper salutation is Learned Scholar Mr. Brigante, or at least Lord Magus. Who are you anyway? The house arrest is over. For safety's sake, I'm to bring your skull to City Guard headquarters.
Don't be like that. I still need at least 2 more customers today.
An escort? It seems to me that this is more of an arbitrary intrusion of state authority upon my privacy. I protest! I do not need a murderer to escort me. You will have to bring me to Sergeant Fergalosh the same way I entered house arrest, voluntarily. I am here to protect you, Magus. Things in Kreutzer Alley will soon be much rougher than they are now. The truce between the Guard and Cartel has been broken. Sergeant Fergalosh is a bully, and you are the personification of roughness. Being a prisoner of the Cartel would be an equivalent state. Is that what you want, then? Well, in truth, I'm still undecided, as it were. Might I learn a little more about you, Magus? Magus probatus sum. I am Fyodor Brigante, Adeptus Major member of the Great Grey Guild of the Spirit, a graduate of the School of Spiritual Travel in Belhanka. So only a heretic, and not a necromancer. Are you trying to insult me? There are significant differences between an educated grey mage and a simple necromancer. Necromancers! Better yet, those who pact with demons. People like that just toss their souls into the same cesspit that is home to the demonic TGT. My soul belongs to me alone and nobody else. And if there were more public education, more people would come to this simple conclusion. By the way, if you were better educated, you would never have asked this question in the first place, my good man. I have a question about a magical phenomenon. Maybe you could help me. Of course. Nandos is with the Inquisitive. I've never had a hint of magic in me all my life, and now suddenly something has awakened within me. Intuitive, elemental, or demonic? I mean, maybe you're possessed. It had something to do with the mixing of blood. It feels like I were using other people's life force to do magic. Barbaradian? And you claim you knew nothing about it?
Don't act like a fool, man.
I'm not a Borberadian. I never learned to use blood to do magic. It just happened.
Look, this is completely implausible. Borberadian magic requires years of practice and a sound education. This gift can't have just come to you out of the blue. It could have come from the Nether Hells, but that would have required truly potent demonic activity.
It wasn't like that. I never sold my soul.
Very reasonable.
Can't you help me at all?
You seem to have a very powerful patron who is not too particular in his morality. He will likely know more. Or the outbreak of the gift was an accident. Then you just have to live with that power and hope that you die before anyone can claim your soul in return.
What do you think about the Kreutzer Cartel's goals?
Well, one cannot really call them goals. The Kreutzer Cartel is a loose alliance of cutthroats and chicken thieves. Basically, the cartel is nothing more than an ordinary neighborhood. Well, ordinary for a city where for decades one could not be certain as to whether the ruler had again sent a bad dream or his own brother-in-law really turned to dust at the touch of sunlight. Without the urbane Mr. Parel Notgelf, these people would be a godsend for any kind of soul catchers, demon worshippers, priests, and gods know what else. Even if Parel wears the mantle of the free spirit like a feathered headdress, his aspirations are purely material. Basically, the cartel is not a good environment for a reputable scientist. On the other hand, it is sometimes quite useful to know the smugglers.
What do you think of Fergalosh and his people?
Fergalosh believes he represents law and order here. He competes with the Rondrians, which is logical considering the fact that he is paid by the Margrave. He considers me a troublemaker and therefore wants me behind bars. It took a lot of convincing to barter him down to a house arrest. You said the truce is broken? Then it is logical that Fergalosh wants to have me brought in. He is afraid of my potential. But a free spirit cannot be constrained by any walls. You can be certain of that. Oh, for a free spirit, there are no walls at all. Ergo, to me, it does not matter one whit whether I'm at home or in the guards' headquarters.
Don't be like that. I still
Do you
need
know
at
the
least 2 more
Rondrian folk
customers
of
today.
Arivor? Can you tell me anything about him?
Folk of Arivor? That's right, one of the Rondrians. I'd completely forgotten him. He is also far too worldly, far too libertarian.
You think he is a libertarian?
Come on, you get me and my
Infinitely
sister together.
libertarian. Infinitely. Unbelievable. He who knows no boundaries would simply burst. That alone makes him dangerous. Ha! And someone like that is the Metropolitan's deputy, while serious scientists are called heretics.
What heresies has he spread?
We once had a philosophical dispute. That in itself is remarkable for a Rondrian. What really frightened me was his detailed knowledge of blood magic and demonology. I would have expected a Borberadian to possess that knowledge, but not a priest of the goddess of war. Do not misunderstand me. Borberad was a demigod, and many of his teachings breathed the spirit of freedom, but ultimately his arrogance brought him and his disciples to fall. Interesting. The hubris dialogue is a transcendental problem, the dilemma of master and servant potentiated within arcane karmic interdependency. Conclusion, the man is suspicious. Do you have other questions?
Just come with me, Magus.
I do that which my will commands.
A trip to paradise. Just 10 quid. Don't be like that. I still need at least 2 more customers today. Don't be like that. I still need at least 2 more customers today. Hi there, sweetie.
This is going well, my friend.
Come on, you get me and my sister together.
Now that the guard is here, sometimes even see people with rabbits out down here. Now that the guard is here, sometimes even see people from the other town down here. What are you looking for round here? Punch in the head?
There you are. Excellent.
It was far too easy.
Yes, well, lovely. Come, Lord Magus. We'll soon have you safe.
Safe? Security and law and order. I like this naive little sergeant.
Well then, lead me away.
Young man, I'll see you soon. Maybe I'll even drop by for a visit.
Yes. Take care, Magus.
And give Fergalosh my regards when you collect your reward.
Back there in the alley, that shadow. And there, in the window. And there, in the bushes. Eh? Keep your eyes open.
Don't be like that. I still need at least 2 more customers today. A trip to
Better to keep your head down. Here, you can have a knife. Piss off, and no stupid looks
Don't
neither.
be like that. I still need at least 2 more customers today.
That shadow. And there, in
Come
the window.
on, you get me?
And there, in the bushes, eh? Keep your eyes open.
Back there in the alley, that shadow. And there, in the window.
And there, in the bushes, eh? Keep your eyes open.
You're back, you rat. Are you tired of living or just stupid?
Calm down, Perel. I want to talk to you.
Theodore was important to the cartel. You should never have delivered him to Fergalosh. And I haven't forgotten that business about the Thorned Rose yet either. I should have you sent to the Nether Hells here and now.
Oh, this is a waste of time. There is no talking to you.
Yes, go and die in some corner.
Freed city. Freedom.
The Metropolitan announced the city walls have been...
Grusha, good job, lads. My thanks. I do not want to promise too much, but the next assignment could be pretty profitable, and it concerns the whole city.
I'm listening.
The Kreutzer cartel is planning a revolt. They want to storm the armory.
Storm the arsenal? Why?
They want to eat up all the provisions, steal building material, and weapons. Even if they are poor bastards, I cannot let that happen. We need every man to defend the arsenal.
Is the armory really that badly fortified?
Unfortunately, yes. It's just a simple, half-timbered house in the east town, hard to defend. I recommended using the old Rondra temple for an armory from the beginning, but folk of Arivor prevented it. Hard as granite, the rotter. So, lad, here's your chance to prove yourself. Will you fight for law and order, or not?
Just to make certain, what exact...
Yeah.
I don't need any more information, Sergeant.
One more thing, lad. If you help us, you'll become a member of the Guard. You don't have to wear a uniform or aught, but after that, you're one of us.
You're going to not only make me a citizen, but a guard as well? Then the Kreutzer cartel will do anything they can to harm me.
Law and order. That's Warunk in a nutshell. Anyone who doesn't like it doesn't belong here.
I'll do it. I want to belong to the Guard.
Excellent. Then we'll meet at the armory in the East City.
Here they come! To arms!
Hold the line at all costs.
Well fought, Chiron. You came at the right time.
That was probably just an advance party.
Yeah, you're right. But we can't get the damn gate closed.
What's wrong with it? Don't tell me the lever for the portcullis is broke.
No, it's stuck. The gear's broken.
Where can I find a new one?
Down the street there's an outpost, but it's probably already overrun. The bandits came from that direction. I can't leave my position.
I can deal with it. Hang on until I get back.
Well, hurry. The storm may break at any time. We can't hold the gate any longer. Pull back.
Chiron, we won! Welcome to the City Guard, my friend. Welcome to the ranks of Warunk citizens.
Thanks, Sergeant.
Damn, that was a good fight. And we even caught the ringleaders.
Ringleaders? You mean you caught Perel?
Ha! He won't get his hands dirty, but his henchmen will do us fine. They've already talked. Once they're hanging from the walls, no one will dare attack the guards again.
You want to hang them?
They knew what to expect. Anyone who kills my men will pay for it.
Has the ringleader's testimony brought anything?
They knew nothing about the executioner's swords stolen from the Rondrians, and nothing about the missing amber either. But no matter, they told me a lot about Perel.
How did you manage to convince the Margrave to award me citizenship so quickly?
He knows he can count on me. If I trust a man, so does he. Citizenship applies to you and your entire clan.
Thank you.
Don't mention it. I'm happy to do what I can for my people. Oh, by the way, give your father my greetings. I think I know now why you seem so familiar to me.
If you execute the prisoners, the Kreutzer cartel won't make peace for a long time.
It won't anyway. Too much blood has been shed. But the cartel has been weakened. They won't be causing trouble again soon. People can once again sleep in peace. And the honest traders in Warunk now have less competition from the smugglers. That's good for their prices.
Did the prisoners say anything about Folk?
No, for once he had naught to do with it. But I think your information is sufficient to make Metropolitan Yakon at least suspicious.
Could you arrange for a meeting with Yakon when he returns?
I think so. Dinna fash yourself.
Are you sure you want to execute these people? They have families.
That's the law. Criminals are to be executed. We can't allow some few to steal supplies belonging to everybody. And dinna tell me that we would be besmirching our victory, or that the poor would thank us. What is important is that decent people can live in safety.
Sergeant, you already have a guilty conscience, and you haven't even decided yet.
Not true. I don't care about their families. They must be punished.
Sergeant, you are lying to yourself.
Well, lad, if you're such an expert, then you're to decide whether we should execute them.
They have to die. The guard's authority must be upheld.
You're right, lad. You're right. Come to our headquarters later. I have something to celebrate. Your admittance to the City Guard of Warunk.
In less than an hour, the bodies of the three ringleaders dangled from the walls. The warning was heeded, and there was no more doubt about the fair and just distribution of supplies. The law had triumphed, and the wealthy Warunkians considered Chiron a hero, even if every starving child did secretly weigh upon their consciences. The weakening of the Kreutzer cartel meant fewer goods now arrived in the slums, where Chiron's name now evoked fear and hatred. While the Rondrians approved of the crackdown, Margrave Zumadan was appalled by the unnecessary bloodshed.
Metropolitan has decreed, whosoever pacts or communicates with demons shall burn.
Finally.
Back again? So tell me, how many monsters have you killed with my steel so far?
Lad, today you've shown that you stand for law and order. You've also figured out which end of your sword to hold on to. I want you to be one of us, one of the guards.
As long as I don't have to wear fruit on my chest, I'm in.
It was done. His actions at the armory had secured Chiron and his family a place within the protection of Warunk's walls. Falk of Arivor would have to find another bride. Yet Chiron had no time to rejoice, for panic suddenly erupted in the streets of Warunk. In the western city, hordes of undead rose to attack the refugees. Chiron lost no time, for his family was in danger. He hurried to the refugee camp.
Undead and demonic magic. Hang on, Calandra.
Get me! I'll get you!
Calandra! Father, are you alright?
We're doing fine, Chiron.
This hut won't take this for long. With you here, we can try and break out.
What the hell's happened?
The attack came suddenly. We were lucky that we rescued the others.
Lucky is an understatement. Right now, they're shredding everything alive out there. The undead are coming from all directions.
Then there must be several sources, summoning circles, necromancers' work.
We need to head for the Prios Temple. It's easiest to defend.
Consecrated ground. If we're lucky, the Sun God's blessing will stop the undead. Let's go.
Alone? And what about the people here? They're refugees too, just like us.
We no longer belong to these people.
What do you mean?
We have our citizenship. We can enter the city.
I don't have to marry him?
This is not the time. Let's go.
If those summoning circles really are the source of the undead, that would definitely be an advantage for us.
It would mean that the undead aren't just appearing on their own, but that someone's calling them. You can't summon undead, demons, or even elementals without summoning circles.
Let us hope that the necromancers didn't forget their protective circles. Otherwise, where's the challenge?
Quit showing off, as if protective circles would affect you. It's not like you're from the Netherhells, Chiron.
Maybe not. But maybe these necromancers can tell. Seems the Rondrians weren't all that thorough when they liberated Warunk.
That's not getting us any further here, Chiron.
I heard from the refugees they saw a number of summoning circles on the way here.
Then there are probably several necromancers.
Those summoning circles must be destroyed, otherwise the attacks will continue.
They'll have enough reinforcements with the amount of dead lying here. And just where exactly is Folk? Aren't Daeons supposed to deal with the undead?
Stop it, Chiron. We don't know where they're fighting the undead here in the camp.
Right, we don't know. All we know is that I didn't see a single Rondrian on the way here. Not one!
Right. We don't even know if the Prior's temple is even still consecrated.
Stop it, both of you! At least the temple is easy to defend.
Let's just go. The undead could attack at any moment. We have to go.
I will not leave these people here.
You really are out to make us the patron saints of this camp, aren't you?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Chiron.
Chiron, go ahead. You hack your way through the worst of it, and we'll follow with the refugees.
From one summoning circle to the next. If I catch a necromancer, I destroy his circle, and you follow. It's the tougher path, but there's less danger if we meet them head-on than in having them follow us.
Let's go. What have you found?
A severed hand.
Severed body parts as a sacrifice for the invocation of a demon.
The only one who really comes into question is Thalgunitoth, archdemon of the undead.
The Dark Mother.
Stop it, both of you. Anyone naming names is playing with their soul.
As if that ever stopped you, Father.
This is something else, Calandra. You don't understand.
Don't think for a minute that you can keep fobbing me off with that old line.
All right, let's keep moving. We still haven't caught all the necromancers.
found something?
A piece of amber. The sacred stone of the sun god Prios. One exactly like the one that was stolen recently. No charges were ever laid because the victim was afraid.
You've really been having a good look around, Warunk, haven't you?
Blackaraz. Definitely the Lord of Vengeance. He's the only one anyone would offer up a piece of amber to in order to facilitate the invocation.
You mean the sun god, Prios' nemesis? What would he have to do with summoning undead?
Maybe that explains why they were able to attack during the day without turning to dust.
The light-shunning rabble.
Don't be silly. This just doesn't fit. We'll need to find the mastermind if we want to know more. If Blackaraz is involved, someone is out for revenge. But when he starts summoning undead at the same time, he's out to divert attention from something else. Something bigger.
Oh, then it has to be a Borberadian, Father. With them, nothing is ever the way it seems.
Find that funny, do you? You find that funny, you silly fool?
Come, Father, calm down. We need to get going. Now, if we find him and he really is a Borberadian, you can have the finishing blow.
You are fools, children. Happy fools.
Another barricade. At least one summoner must still be alive.
What the hell's happened here?
One less necromancer, one more demonic sacrifice. An executioner's sword with a lion's coat of arms on it.
A Rondrian weapon as an offering in an undead summoning? That's strange. The war goddess's demonic opponents have nothing to do with revenants.
Right. That summoning must have been directed at some other demon than the archdemon Thargunitoth. The undead have been called independently of this summoning. Besides Rondra's nemesis Belhalha, I'd say Blackaraz, the Lord of Vengeance, would probably be a good guess. Executioner swords are often sacrificed to him.
How come you know so much about demons?
You picked these things up over the years. Chiron, weren't you in a hurry? There's still a good way to the Prios Temple.
Falk! Who would ever thought to see you here?
Sharp-tongued as ever. At least there's one way to distinguish you from the undead.
Falk, are you here to help?
The zombies didn't rise up on their own. Someone called them. We followed that man here. The leader of the necromancers has fled to the Prios temple. He is trapped.
The house of the sun god has been desecrated.
The god of princes will not protect the lowliest. At least we know that now.
And we know where his soul will go when we're finished with it.
Protect the refugees. I'm going in.
You were very brave. In Rondra's name, I'll let you go first.
Suddenly worried about getting your fingers dirty?
No, dear Kyra. For once in your life, you too should have the chance to prove your worth. Maybe some rich citizen's daughter will hear of your courage. A cleverly arranged marriage with a little tart like that, and you could gain citizenship.
You...
Chiron! Please.
I'm going in.
Chiron, I have been expecting you.
How do you know my name?
You won't need a name where you're going. Get ready to face the Dark Mother.
Questions unanswered. Who summoned them? What did he want to achieve? Why did Falk, a senior Rondrian, allow Chiron to face the summoner? Instead of replying, Falk ordered the Rondrians to seal off the refugee camp and comb it in search of the summoner there, using whatever means necessary. He quartered his bride Calandra and her family in the Old Pillory, the best guest house on the square. At least now, with the approaching wedding, his thoughts seemed to focus on Calandra's welfare. At least, that was the impression he gave. Stop eavesdropping, Chiron. What is said in the next room is none of your business.
Falk is talking to his mother, probably planning his next crime, the bastard.
Enough! We all realize that you can't stand them.
Not even you like those two, Father. We could see the way you stared at Falk's mother.
You had better get used to them.
I'm not going to do it, Father. We have citizenship. We no longer need them.
You will marry Falk, and you will move with him when his church transfers him.
I go where I want, and I'll marry the man I love!
Bite your tongue, Calandra. You don't even know what you're saying.
Never, ever talk to us like that again. Otherwise you will find yourself sitting there all alone in the morning with your damn citizenship.
You're a stubborn, rebellious idiot, Chiron. Stop inciting your sister like that.
Father, I love Chiron!
You don't know what you're saying.
And I love her.
Children, you're running to your doom.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything. I thought that maybe little Calandra would give me some advice on how we can make the wedding particularly tasteful. The old Rondra Temple is such an austere, dreary building, and it would be a shame if our tastes were all too different.
Certainly. She will come with you.
Father.
My dear Chiron, it is really touching to see how much you worry about your little sister. But I think she should decide for herself, don't you, Bianca Haladine?
I will come.
Excellent, excellent. We will host a celebration such as Warunk has never seen. Come along. And it goes without saying that the anxious brother can join us later at the temple. Fare you well, gentlemen.
Calandra didn't go with Folk's mother voluntarily. She's been controlled.
That was a Be My Friend spell. A harmless elven spell. Probably Folk's mother tried to defuse the situation.
And it's Be My Friend's very harmlessness that makes it so suspicious. She must have a very, very good knowledge of that spell to calm down someone as angry as Calandra. Did you notice her pointed ears? If she is an elf, how can she be Folk's mother? He's no half-elf.
Maybe she's only his foster mother. That happens more often than you'd think.
You just don't want to understand. The old Rondra Temple is a strange choice for Calandra's wedding. The Warunkians say the place was a necromancer whorehouse.
Folk wants to use the gesture. Today's good defeats yesterday's evil. The Warunkians will love him for it. Metropolitan Yarkon won't appreciate that. It undermines his authority. But he's not in Warunk. That way, folk can demand obedience from all of the Rondrians, even the ones who are less forgiving.
While Folk prepares for his wedding, the Rondrians are combing the refugee camp.
They're looking for the necromancer. If he has teleported himself away, he could be anywhere.
That was a transversalis spell. Unusual for a necromancer. You were right. Those undead really were just summoned as a distraction from something bigger. From whatever the invocation of Blackaraz was supposed to do.
But what could be bigger than hordes of undead assaulting the West Town?
At any rate, it's passing strange that Folk is concentrating all of the Rondrian forces on the refugee camp, almost as if he wanted to keep them away from somewhere else.
Despite everything, Folk is a Rondrian. What would he have to do with the Archdemon of Revenge?
I don't know, but it's strange that the necromancer knew my name. Folk is a pimp, a traitor, and probably worse. I got us our citizenship. Why this insistence on the wedding?
Your siblings, Chiron.
But why Folk, of all people?
I won't tell you. I wish you could simply trust me.
I'm going to the Rondra Temple. I'm not leaving Calandra alone with that woman. At least one of us has to stand by her.
At least a couple
The
of old
Metropolitan has
nuts
decreed,
gallows.
whosoever passes or communicates
Down there,
with shall
right?
burn. Whoever wears their symbol or speaks their language will lose their sight. Whoever protects their servants or their works or conceals something of the deal shall be hanged by the neck until dead, dead. Blessed be Rondra.
Angros, smile on you, lad. I was looking for you.
Did something happen?
Cartel broke into our headquarters. Kidnapped Fyodor. Well, that kicked a right large rock a-rolling. Now I'm going around warning my people. It's quite possible that you're next on Perel's wee list. We've given the cartel enough cause for revenge.
Why is the cartel willing to take such a risk for that mage?
Perel just couldn't admit that the guards had the better cards.
Better cards? You just locked Fyodor up without using his knowledge.
But we could have, the way Perel can now. Sure, I didn't treat Fyodor like a guest, but he is a heretic when all's said and done. People cannot just do and say what they want. Everyone is responsible for their own actions.
Really?
By Angrosh's beard, aye, that's the way of it.
Have you heard about the desecration of the Prior's temple?
Yes, and I heard that you done well, lad. Too bad the Rondrians have taken over the case.
It was very strange. There were signs pointing to the Lord of Vengeance everywhere. Maybe this whole attack was just a diversion.
Sounds like the cartel. They're capable of anything.
Why would the cartel willfully desecrate a temple?
Whoever catches the villain, well, the Warunkians will celebrate him or her. And that could be useful to Perel when the balance of power shifts again.
You mean when officers are rewarded again?
Pretty smart, old Perel. Forges himself a dragon, sinks it in Batanger, and then he goes off to Xorlosh as the great dragon slayer.
What?
I mean that Perel wants to swindle his way to fame, that's all, lad.
And what if it's not Perel who's behind the necromancer, but Folk of Aravor?
Well, if he manages to capture the necromancer, the Warunkians will celebrate him as a hero.
And he's probably got an eye on Yarkon's position as head of the Rondrians.
Slow down, lad. Metropolitans aren't made overnight. You'll have to kill Yakon in a duel for that. And he'd be needing a real good reason for a duel like that, lad. Otherwise, he'd have half the Church of Rondra stomping through his tunnel come morning. Outside his door, I mean. With swords, you know, lad?
But many Warunkians would take his side. He could command the Rondrians here, and the city walls would protect him.
At the moment, they're combing the western city. Maybe they'll even find him. And if not, we'll find him. We can do what we want now that the Rondrians are gone.
I'm gonna head over to the old Rondra temple. I want to pick up my sister there.
Fine, lad. Take care of yourself.
At least a couple of
Behold
those
the ringleaders as they dangle from the city.
I'm glad to be in here. I hear people in the West Town are rotting alive.
Freedom out, maybe.
Psst. He's from the guard.
You hit her.
My wife will be silent when I demand it.
That's enough!
Chiron, drop it.
That's right, my love. It would be a shame if my dear brother-in-law were forced to watch our wedding from the scaffold.
Man to man, Chiron will chop you into bloody little pieces.
It will be my pleasure. When the time is ripe. Men, march!
Didn't you defend yourself?
It's not as bad as it looks. His mother jumped in between us before it got ugly.
What did you do in the temple?
Wedding preparations in the temple, and some kind of test on me.
On you?
Chiron, there are more important things at the moment. Please listen to me. Fulks' mother seems to like me. A lot. I was able to ask her a great many questions, and she talked like a disciple of Namdas. Fulks struck me to stop me from asking questions. She already knows much too much, he said. And he was right.
This test, it had something to do with our magic powers?
Fulks' mother knows something about them, I'm sure. My gift was the reason for the test. When our blood mingled, it seemed to have awoken something.
This just can't be true. Father warns us for years not to mix our blood, but never tells us why. Then some masked elf comes along, and all of a sudden you somehow have to marry the man who pretends to be her son. And when our blood accidentally does mix, awakening some sort of magical powers in us, then guess which same elf has an answer?
An answer she hasn't given me. Just a lot of solemn talk about the power of blood and pain. And that right after Fulk beat me bloody. Very appropriate.
I'm gonna talk to Father. He has to stop lying to us.
As long as you don't beat him to a pulp too.
What did Fulk's mother check you for?
I think it was some kind of magic test. She wasn't much interested in my virginity at any rate.
Not much?
In the end, she said it had already begun.
And then?
Nothing more. She just smiled and talked quite excitedly about the wedding. And about freedom, power, and ecstasy. Fulk stood next to her drooling. It was disgusting.
That woman is really strange. Did you see her pointy ears?
I don't think that she's his mother, rather something like his master. And right now she's none too happy with her student. She called him a failure.
Because it's unworthy of a Rondrian to lose patience?
No, he must have made some mistake first. I'm not sure, but it sounded as if he endangered some kind of cover-up. After he hit me, she hissed at him. "Fool! Now it has begun anyway," she said.
Maybe it has something to do with the refugee camp, the necromancer's escape, or the fact that I defeated him.
Or our magic gifts. I don't know.
Calandra, let's get out of here. Father has his citizenship, so he'll be fine. There is no reason to marry that pig anymore.
There are 3 reasons why I should stay here and pretend like I'm actually going to marry Fulk. Firstly, that necromancer is still running around free. He killed off half the refugee camp, and, if I understood you properly earlier, all the signs point to my groom. Secondly, Fulk's mother is the only one who can tell us anything about these strange magical gifts. I just can't believe that Father would break his silence after all these years.
And thirdly?
Thirdly, I know now that you love me, more than a man loves his sister. Even if these people kidnapped me and locked me up somewhere in the mountains, I know you would come to my rescue. So we need not fear.
I won't stand around here and wait until the wedding begins. I want to kill that invocator.
Wait, I found out something else that might help you. Fulks' mother talked a lot about the god Nandus' sons, Demon Master Borbarad and Rohal the Wise.
Heresy in the old Rondra temple? Unbelievable to think that the Rondrians would tolerate such a thing.
Except for Fulk, there weren't any of them in the area when she talked about it. She mentioned a Council of the Dead, Borbarad's Council of the Dead. It's supposed to be here in Warunk Mountain.
Father once spoke of it. We were very young, he had been drinking and was cursing the Borbaradians. Upon his return from the grave, the Demon Master summoned the souls of the greatest scholars from Boron's underworld. He banished them into 3 troll skulls, which had to answer all of Borbarad's questions. Whenever they refused, they were plunged into terrible agonies.
I remember. Father said that the skulls only answer Borbarad himself, him or his official successor.
Borbarad appointed a successor?
If he wanted to ensure that his church would continue to exist after his death, he would have to.
Maybe there isn't an official successor. Then the skulls would have to answer everyone.
Or no one. It would be worth a try. If I understood Fultz's mother correctly, the Council of the Dead is somewhere in Moloch Mountain. This could be our chance. If the Council of the Dead knows the answer to everything, you could ask it anything. About the undead, the necromancer, maybe the Council even knows what other lies our father told us.
So back to Moloch Mountain. Oh, this could be fun.
But it's so nice that you're doing it anyway. Good luck, my hero. Back so soon.
See you later, Calandra.
Yesterday, the cartel went out on another foray. When I saw my neighbour again later. Yesterday, the cartel went out on another foray. I saw my neighbour again later. He had this deep
cannibal's still alive, but his prisoners as well.
Escape you. Where are you going?
I'm Chiron, and I am here to consult with you.
You are not the master. Did not know you. You have never seen him.
Council will reply only to the Demon Master.
And yet you still talk to me.
You told the truth. We had to answer him.
And you will have to answer him again.
Stranger, what gives you this power?
I will ask the questions, you will answer.
Your insolence ill becomes you, stranger. You will never speak in the Master's name, for he you shall never be.
Yet you have been gifted with a power marked with his sign from its very inception.
Then shall the three questions of the Master attest the truth. Therefore, bethink you, stranger, and inform the council should you be disposed to face the Master's questions.
Ask the Master's questions. I'm ready.
Speak the Master's name. You are wrong, stranger. Bethink you, and try once more. Who are you? Where are you going?
You
are not. Did not know. Council. You took. And stranger. You're in. You will never. Yet you have been. Then shall therefore speak. Oh. Rat. Forsooth of authority. That is his name. Hear now, second question.
What was the Master's eternal contradiction?
The ideal of freedom that should apply to everyone. If one is truly free, others must obey him.
In truth, that is his greatest contradiction. Now the third and final question. Who shall speak for the Master in future?
I will do so, for I am his lawful successor. It is proof enough that the council talks to me.
The answer was not entirely correct.
But the future shall prove him right. Ask your questions, stranger. The council has found you worthy.
What can you tell me about Folk of Aravor?
Bathed in splendor did he rise, but he fought only to his own advantage. He was that which the Masters had made and intended, the most loyal of the sons.
He is your opposite in everything. He wants to take that which is yours as well. He is your brother, but only of the seventh part.
The Master's handmaid, and he shall enslave you. You will experience great suffering. But should you defeat him, you shall have taken the first step on the path to your destiny.
How do I find the necromancer from the Prios Temple? Whom did he serve?
He served a master different from the one he wished the world to believe. The man who once raised you had to be wrong to be right.
The Drover of the Dead will summon a greater servant. The Lord of Vengeance will send him the most evil of his servants. This will come to pass because the false hero will command Blackaraz's servant.
Real friends, sharpen their blades, reconcile them, and you shall triumph, albeit without glory. The heretic knows the answer.
Who is my real father?
He was one of 3. Then he wanted to be one of 2. He followed the Master's handmaid, but her greatest favor made her his enemy. He did not want to follow the sentence. Now you are again 3 others, 3 newcomers who make the rest of the 7 tremble. Speak with him. He truly wishes to be your father.
He will not know everything, but he will help you. And one day he will again meet the Master's handmaid. Then shall the true father stand revealed.
Who is Calandra? What are Falk and his mother going to do to her?
Once she was to share your fate, but the man who kidnapped her made freedom compulsory for you all.
Master's handmaid will take her into the harshest darkness. She plans the best of all deaths for Calandra. But this death is yet far off. But this is inviolable. Calandra loves you without let or doubt.
What is my magical gift?
Long remained undiscovered that which was buried deep. Blood alone opened the gate built by the Master's handmaid, which does ripen the 7 scattered across the land.
The gift will give you that which it takes from others. From the 7 rose the paladin. In the end, the greatest sacrifice will stand. Yet today, your gift gives you power. Your blade's aura kills those who come from outside, those so terribly similar to you.
I've heard enough.
Oh, now, stranger. The heretic will show you that which you seek. Your loved ones to bear your path unto him.
I'm glad to be in here. I hear people in the West are rotting alive.
It's good that you're here. I have to apologize to you. I was stupid. I should have believed you.
We both needed some time to think.
That's generous of you, but an apology is not enough. I searched the room next door.
You broke into Volk's mother's room?
I wanted to be sure that the wedding isn't a mistake. I should have become suspicious much earlier. But for some reason, I believed that woman instead of the two of you.
She put a spell on you.
Possibly. But when I discovered the intricate little dwarven lock on her chest, I suspected she had something to hide. But the poison trap was the final proof. It almost got me.
And? Was it worth it?
I think so. I found a piece of parchment in the chest covered with magic symbols in a secret language I've never seen before, but I can't read it.
I may know someone who can. A heretical mage half the city is fighting over. The only problem is that Perel Notgelf from the Kreutzer cartel is holding him prisoner, and I'm allied with Sergeant Fergalosh of the city guard.
Perel and Fergalosh? They were always squabbling about something.
You know them? Where from?
That was long before you were born, Chiron. Back in my mercenary days, during the Maraskan campaign.
Tell me more.
Perel Nodgelf, Fergalosh, son of Farragonai, the Clover.
The Clover?
A 3-man mercenary unit. We went through a lot. It wasn't always easy.
You're not together anymore. Was there a traitor?
Let's say it was about a woman. Enough said.
All right. So how can we take advantage of this?
We swore an oath that we would always assist one another in an emergency. Gods know a lot has happened since then, but the oath was to the death. Try to get in to see Perel. When you stand before him, recite the oath of the Clover. And do 7 winds contrary run. And death surrounds. From battle spun, shall these 3 swords still stand as one.
Calandra didn't go with Folk's mother voluntarily. She's been controlled.
That was a Be My Friend spell. A harmless elven spell. Probably Folk's mother tried to defuse the situation.
Did you notice her pointed ears? If she is an elf, how can she be Folk's mother? He's no half-elf.
Maybe she's only his...
I'm going to talk to the heretic.
People of Warunk,
yesterday,
fear the demons.
Back again.
Demo.
Oh, business is going well, my friend. Put your money pouch in your shirts.
A trip to paradise.
What in the name of all the archdemons is your pug-ugly face doing around here?
I must speak with Theodore.
You kiss Fergalosh's arse, kill my men, and now you want me to let you talk to the heretic?
Oh, do not worry, I'm not going to take him away from you. I just have to ask him a few questions.
Give me just one reason not to set a horde of insane Belhal Harpacteras on you.
The Oath of Clover. And when 7 winds do contrary run. When death surrounds in battle spun. With 3 swords face the storm as one.
Something like that, close enough to recognize the goodwill.
Is it enough to get the Kreutzer Cartel's help?
It's not that simple. Your worthy father still owed old Perel something when he took his leave.
You swore to help him if he needs you. Now put your money where your mouth is, Perel.
Even if I am quits with your father, you killed my dear neighbours and disrupted my business.
Listen to me, Perel. If you do not want more of your neighbours to die, you should let me talk to Theodore.
I hate to be threatened, but I'm not a fool. Today you win. We shall visit the great Theodore and have a little chat. Let me take the chance to have you pass my warmest greetings on to your worthy father, and a speedy recovery for his leg. Ah, a new neighbour. I was becoming bored down here.
Magus, you must help me. I have a few documents here that I can't read.
Quick, let's see. Cryptographo. Interesting. Nandurian with a Proto-Alhanian key. Interspherical nomenclature. Somebody seems to place a lot of emphasis on celestial bodies.
Nanduria. That's the secret language of the Magi. It was developed by Rohal the Wise, the Demon Master's brother.
Precisely. Magi use it in order to protect their knowledge against plagiarism, completely anachronistic, and then the protective spell on the document. Really, no one is as paranoid as the Borberadians. The owner has gone to great lengths to protect their secrecy, yet it's only about summoning a demon, an everyday occurrence in this area.
What is it?
The document describes the last part of a highly potent Heshtot summoning at a certain time in a certain place.
So it's against a demon. Any advice, Magus?
Demons are summoned from the 7th sphere. Naturally, they seek the destruction of all order. In addition to the powerful archdemons, the adversaries of the 12 gods, there are also the horned and lower demons who serve them.
All I know is that you can be happy if you don't run into them. Without a magic weapon, you don't have a chance. In principle, yes, but as far as the magic weapon is concerned, don't worry about that. My magical powers? They can hurt demons?
Correct. You have a demonic aura. A demonic aura? How delightful.
What do you mean? I'm not a Pactira.
That is none of my concern. What you do with your soul is your private affair.
It takes 4 different invocations to summon a single Heshtot demon? I thought they were Blackaraz's weakest servants.
Yes, your common Heshtot is of a rather inferior nature, but the Archdemon of Vengeance rules over a vast horde, and the realm of demons is, as everyone knows, chaos. Every phenotype is unique.
And this Heshtot is different than those normally encountered in the Shadowlands.
Is the astral weight of an imp 58.9?
There will be a last part? The summoning is so powerful that it's done in several parts?
It says, "Sacrifice as ye mote 3 things to win mighty Blackaraz to thy cause. Ad primo, a golden amber which doth shine like the very sun itself. Ad secundo, a sword used in the cause of justice. Ad tertio, give unto Blackaraz the hand of a man out of the law. By thine art, take care that the parts are ensconced in 3 places west of the 4th, and so may you now call forth the most powerful of the Heshtotim at your 4th place, the place the stars have shown you." No doubt, the 3 preparatory invocations lay the groundwork for the main ritual. At the right time, it will engender powerful effects. Very powerful effects.
But who exactly was this Borbarad the Borbaradians all worship?
Borbarad is a demigod, to be precise, a quarter god, the son of the demigod Nandus. He is considered the Alvarania of forbidden knowledge. He has wandered our world for centuries in many incarnations in his fight against his twin Rohal. His last incarnation brought about the Darklands.
This means that the Church of Borbarad is a normal church.
Not quite. 13 years ago, Borbarad was condemned by all 12 divine churches. I thought that a bit excessive at the time, at least until I arrived in the Darklands myself. In any case, Borbaradians use their blood to perform magic. They summon demons, and their church preaches freedom while enslaving all those weaker than they. A bit hypocritical, you have to admit.
I've talked to Borbarad's Council of the Dead about my magical powers, but the answers were very puzzling.
The Council answered you? That is truly astounding. Then your patron seems to be even more powerful than I originally believed.
I don't know about any patrons. All I know is that the Borbaradians have always been enemies, from which we had to hide.
Interesting. Why? I mean, you don't act like you were following this paradoxical, myopic view of the world. Not at all. Our good Chiron exhibits an impressively open mind.
That's really strange, though. The Borbaradians are a church. Normally they should be seeking new followers, not hunting people indiscriminately.
Well, next time you run into a Borbaradian, have him analyze you. He may be able to determine more than I did.
Wait a minute. You've already analyzed me?
Purely routine, something Borbaradian demonic. Too complex without fundamental analysis. A bare minimum of 2 moons research time. I'm sorry.
Where and when is this incantation supposed to take place? The one summoning this demon?
In the market, when the constellation is favorable. Like now, for example. Now? Naturally, not right in the middle of the marketplace. The necromancer will be hiding somewhere. But the odds are good that this most formidable Heshtot will appear directly in the middle of the market. Ley line magic. Not that important.
If it's that powerful, it will destroy half the city. We need to warn the Warunkians immediately. Perel, you have to negotiate with Fergalosh, a truce at least. If the Guard and the cartel don't work together, Warunk is lost.
It's true. A new attack on the city won't help anyone. I will negotiate with the sergeant. Just don't think that this makes us friends again. I'm doing this for Warunk and for the Clover.
Fighters and barricades, then we'll see about the rest. Get your things out of here, now! Hurry! It won't be much longer!
Dear friends, it has pleased the Divine Lioness to put us to the test this day. And I say, we did well. This villain here, this fiend, sought to use his dark magic to once again unleash the forces of the Nether Hells against our fair city. But by joining forces, we were able to prevent that from coming to pass, thanks to your bravery, thanks to the Lion Goddess. Dear friends, this rogue will receive his just punishment. But today is not a day of wrath. Today should be a day of joy, a day which Warunk shall long remember, a day of faith. And this very day I too shall celebrate the faith. Warunkians, in honor of your bravery and courage, will I this day take the beautiful Calandra as my wife.
What is this? What's going on here?
Azariel.
I was afraid you'd never figure it out.
No wedding.
A joining in the Master's name, surrounded by his servants. Nothing new to you.
Calandra, I will be right with you!
Don't do it! You're playing right into her hands!
My compliments, by the way. Your education has been exemplary. I've almost convinced her.
Calandra, whatever she offers you, don't accept!
And she's even a virgin. Too bad I can't use that anymore. The awakening has already begun.
You filthy demon whore! Keep your hands off her!
Maybe I'll give her to Falk, as a little incentive. He can't always fail the way he did in the Prior's Temple.
Enough said! To the nether hells with you!
Do it! But please let them live.
You will not regret it, child. Just say the words.
From this day on, will blood wake blood?
You don't know what you're doing, Calandra! Silence, cripple!
So, Borbarat, take my soul. May it rest gently in your hands.
You take my soul! Let them go!
Dear Chiron, your soul is worth less than hers. Go on, Calandra.
Freedom through pain, power through will. Every human, a mage.
Excellent. Simply excellent.
You promised!
Of course, my child. Your loved ones are safe. So now we can both begin your journey of discovery and knowledge.
But the wedding, Mother? What shall I tell the Warunkians? And the Rondrians?
You do not have your gift under control. You have shed Calandra's blood. Your necromancer did not finish his work. You had your chance and you failed.
She will never obey you, Azaril. She is smarter than I was then.
Falk, lock these two up. Your life depends on their safety.
I'll find you, Azaril.
I can't wait, my dear Chiron. I can't wait.
No more secrets.
You're right. You were right from the start. I'm sorry, Chiron. So, ask.
Who is Azaril?
Azaril, High Prophetess of Borbarad, the Demon Master. She is the head of the Church of Borbarad.
What does she want from us? Why did she kidnap Calandra, and what do you have to do with it?
You know we spent all those years fleeing through the Shadowlands, from one hiding place to another, constantly in fear of the Borbaradians. We weren't randomly pursued, Chiron. We fled Azaril's minions, who were out to capture us, me and the two of you.
All those years? Why?
To get revenge. Before you were born, I was a Borbaradian myself. I served Azaril with all my... I was her loyal servant. But then I betrayed her. Betrayed and robbed her.
Why?
For Calandra and for you.
All this effort, the wedding, the infiltration of Rondrians, all because of Calandra?
Chiron, Calandra is not just anyone. You're not just anyone either.
What do you mean?
Azrael chose you both. You and 5 other children. You 7 were not born like other children. You came into the world as part of a ritual in which Azrael summoned a powerful demon. This demon was to provide you with vast powers from the nether hells. Azrael spoke of the gifts. How successful the ritual was, I don't know. I just know that I couldn't watch Azrael surrender 7 newborns to some demon at the cost of their mothers' lives.
And next you're going to tell me that these other 5 children are my siblings too. Septuplets, all born on the same day from the same mother.
Chiron, Calandra is not your sister.
Damned Rondrians! I told you right from the start they weren't to be trusted.
The Rondrians are honorable warriors. It's just that with Falk they have the wrong man in charge, while Metropolitan Yakon is away from Warunk. But it would be wrong to underestimate Azrael. She wanted Calandra to be with Falk and in her sphere of influence. That's why she was pushing the wedding.
They've betrayed us. Falk never really wanted to marry Calandra. The whole thing was just a plot to deliver Calandra to Azrael.
But how could she have planned on your gifts awakening right at this moment? Why the old Rondra temple of all places? And why all the effort to summon the Heshtot?
It's strange that the Warunkians were so easily sucked in by Falk. He's really not your typical Rondrian.
The Rondrians here are little better off than the refugees. The Warunkians don't love them, but they can't oppose them either. After all, they liberated the city from the necromancers. When the necromancers ruled here, the Warunkians did many things for which they would have been burnt at the stake anywhere outside the Shadowlands. Treason, denunciation, demon worship. Damn. Some even sold their dead relatives so that they could fight for the necromancers as undead soldiers.
Not to forget those who used both dead and undead for their art. From the bone carvers to the pimps, they all had customers.
I do not know how we would have behaved. For my part, I wouldn't want to hear any occupying forces telling me that everything I had done over the past few decades was all wrong, and that I should have spent my life in atonement.
How could the Rondrians fall for Falk? How could they give an agent of Azrael so much power?
Falk is supported by those Rondrians for whom something other than just their honor counts. Those who don't despise the Warunkians for what they did during the Necromancer occupation.
And who did not die for their honor. Hell, the Warunkians had to survive somehow.
True enough. Even Yakon, the leader of the Rondrians, is likely to see that. But he evidently fears that the Warunkians will succumb to demonic temptations too lightly if not led by an iron fist. And Falk is using this dispute to his advantage. He has the more forgiving Rondrians on his side, and with them the Warunkians who don't want to blame themselves. Falk played his part well. And there's no doubt about his fighting ability. Why should the Rondrians distrust someone who fought side by side with them?
If Falk is a tool of the Borberadian Church, he could increase their influence in Warunk, and that from behind the mask of a Rondrian.
I don't think Azrael is planning a violent coup. That's not her style. It would be more subtle. Find herself innocent aides who don't even suspect whom they're really serving.
The wedding of a senior Rondrian as a symbol for the masses, and in the old Rondra temple of all places. It was used as a necromantic brothel during the occupation.
Powerful symbols and bitter irony. That's Azrael's way.
Of course! The necromancer was also working for Azrael.
The attack on the refugee camp as a distraction to get all the Rondrians to look for the culprit there. That gave the necromancer enough time for the great summoning in the marketplace.
And Falk was to defeat the Heshtot to reap the glory and pull the Warunkians completely over to his side.
So that's why Falk sent you in to face the necromancer in the Prios temple. He wanted to get rid of you because he didn't think you stood a chance against the necromancer. The necromancer as sacrificial lamb. And with the Warunkian support, it would have been easy for Falk to dethrone Metropolitan Yakon upon his return.
And when I defeated the Heshtot, he had to deliver the Necromancer to the Warunkians to reap at least a little glory. Why did she claim to be Falk's mother?
As a disguise, I suppose. She couldn't fool all Warunk with magic the way she deceived me.
She had him call her mother and used a hand mask. That can hardly be called a disguise. There must be more to it than that.
Maybe she really wanted to be Falk's mother. Don't be fooled by her behavior in the temple. If that woman can really feel some kind of love, then she will show it in very strange ways.
Tell me more about Azrael.
She is the head of the Church of Borberad. Clever. Vile. Very, very powerful. They say no one knows the teachings of the Demon Master better than she. She has a network of cultists and agents throughout the Shadowlands and probably beyond.
I can't believe that a mage that powerful was unable to capture a man and 2 children in 20 years.
I was vain enough to believe that my skills and some luck saved us time and again. Once the 2 of you could fight, it got easier. But Azrael was just waiting for the right moment to capture Calandra.
You were a Borberadian yourself. Can't you do magic?
No. And even if I could, I wouldn't do it. Borberadians pledged their souls to learn the secrets of blood magic. I wasn't ready for that. Azrael thought my faith wasn't strong enough. She was right. It wasn't faith that led me to the Borberadians.
Then what was it?
Don't make me talk about it. It's not important to you.
You lied to me all my life. Why should I believe you?
Please.
You stubborn old fool. Fine, have it your way.
Thank you, Chiron.
I have a few more questions. Tell me more about my birth.
The ritual lasted for several hours. I had to wait until the Borberadians had used all of their magical powers. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had a chance.
Did you see the demon?
Yes. That was the moment I knew I had to act. I lifted Calandra out of the summoning circle and took her hostage. Calandra's death would have caused the ritual to fail completely. With my knife at Calandra's throat, I forced Azrael to free your mother. You were not born yet. Azrael's astral energy was exhausted as well. She raged, but had to let us go. I fled south with you, away from the massives of the Black Sickle. Your mother was very weak. You were born on the wall of death. But your mother died in childbirth. So there I stood with 2 children in my arms, and I finally had a purpose.
And what was supposed to happen after the wedding?
Sooner or later, the church would have sent Falk somewhere else. Calandra would have gone with him.
And I would have stayed in Warunk and protected you from Azrael's revenge for the rest of my life. That was your plan, wasn't it?
I wanted to save your souls. I can only hope that you will understand that one day.
Did you want to marry Calandra off to separate her from me?
I did. I hoped that your gifts would never wake up if you were separated. Azrael stated repeatedly that the gifts strove together. I was sure from the start that this would confuse the feelings of those bearing the gifts. I've also seen the way Calandra has looked at you the last few moons. You are no longer children. It was only a matter of time before you... Well, you know.
And that's why the lie about us being siblings. You didn't just want to prevent us from mixing our blood.
Even kissing could have been dangerous.
And a heroic Rondrian bridegroom could have held Calandra in check if necessary, even with her powerful demonic gifts.
At least he could have saved her soul if she were to succumb to demonic temptation.
Why didn't you say anything all those years? Why did you say we were siblings?
No blood shed, no blood mixed. This is family. I've hammered that into you. because I still don't know exactly what that ritual did to you. But I did find out that your blood shouldn't be mixed, because that would awaken the demonic gifts you carry within you. That goes for you and all the other children who were born during the ritual.
So that's why you always kept us away from other people's children. You were afraid they too might have these gifts.
And that's why I also forbade you from healing one another. If your blood had mixed, the consequences would have been incalculable.
We have mixed our blood.
I know. Otherwise you wouldn't have been able to defeat that Heshtot in the market. The power of the gifts has awakened, and we do not know what effects they will have.
Whatever. We shouldn't just wait for someone to come and pick us up. Folk thinks he has won and Kalander is in Azaril's power.
Our guard is a young Rondrian. I'm sure he doesn't know what went on in the temple, and I don't think he's one of Azaril's followers either.
More likely a useful idiot who believes folk. Maybe I can appeal to his honor and get him to make a mistake. But maybe I should find a weapon first. Good. I will find a way out. Now wait here. That thing wouldn't even scare a toothless granny. Not with that. Keep looking. Finally! This'll help me smash his teeth out. Listen to me.
I'm not going to talk to you, wretch.
I know. You have to follow Folk's orders, and he's a great hero who helped free Warunk. But isn't it strange that there isn't one single heroic legend about so mighty a warrior? Do you know what he did to become Yarkon's deputy?
I fought beside him. He fought on the right side. His past does not interest me.
Do you know his mother? She's an elf, but he doesn't have pointy ears. Why doesn't he explain that?
Maybe he has concealed something from his past. But orders are orders.
You've had history lessons, right? How often do you think commands have been wrong? How often has your church gone astray? When the Rondrian Holy Order of the Theatre took the Alhanians' land and forced their descendants to roam the land forever, was that fair? Or Rondra's son, Cruel Core, in every war, torture, rape and pillage in his name, are those honourable deeds? Or all the innocent scientists whom you prohibit free speech on pain of death? Do you really think that's good? Your Rondra is a war demon in disguise, and all the pomp with which you worship her is nothing more than a hypocritical excuse for your cruelty.
That is blasphemy. I will no longer tolerate your dragging Rondra's good name through the dirt.
Oh, we're getting braver. Come on, kill a defenseless prisoner. That's sure to please your goddess.
Don't think you'll escape your just punishment that way. Here, take this sword. And now, defend yourself.
Oh, the best part is about to begin. I don't want to be late.
I know. We both had to wait far too long for this. You are strong. Your gift is powerful. If the circumstances were different, you could have been the last one standing. But your path ends here. Any last words before we begin? A little greeting for Calandra, perhaps? When I see her again, I could always shove a little souvenir into her mouth. Your fingers, for example. Your tongue.
Where has she taken her? Answer me, and I'll give you an hour's head start.
I'm so sorry. I don't answer the defeated. Men, take him! You useless klutz!
Brother, listen to me. Tell me where Calandra is. You will find one another. Your gifts will guide you. Gamat awaits you. He cannot be the last. Do you hear me? Brother, be the strongest of the awakened. Prove the worth of our sacrifice.
An answer, folk! I need an answer!
My gift. It cries out to you. The beginning of the eternal struggle.
Folk! Where should I go?
Gamat awaits you. He cannot be the last. Not Gamat.
Falk betrayed us. The documents you produced prove that. And the same applies to those who fought at his side. They followed the wrong path. They had to be punished.
It was an honor, Metropolitan.
Falk hoped that his lax morals would bring him enough popularity amongst the people to allow him to divide the Lioness's servants and lay hands on my office. You prevented that from coming to pass. I'll see that you're rewarded. Warunk should know that the Metropolitan provides for those who serve Rondra justly.
Thank you, Your Reverence.
The Church of Rondra shares in the loss of your sister, Chiron, and yet I must ask you for your help. We now know that Falk served the unholy Azaril Crimsonweed, but the writings he left behind point the way to a man he called his brother.
Gamat. Falk spoke of him.
That's right. A mysterious man who once led the sick from Warunk. And he moved up to Clawmore.
Now we have to fear for their souls.
So I'm supposed to follow the sick and save their souls. I just got out of the refugee camp. I'm lucky not to have caught the plague myself.
I cannot spare a single man until I've assured myself of their loyalty. I will conduct investigations and determine consequences. And since you have to face this on your own, I will now give you Rondra's blessing. For, as your soul is pure and God-fearing, the power of the lioness will protect you, Chiron.
Too kind, your reverence, yet this is perhaps too much of an honor.
Credit where credit is due. You will receive Rondra's blessing.
Chiron.
What happened?
Consecrated ground. The Metropolitan's blessing. Rondra's presence does you harm. The goddess of war has rejected you.
I'm not a Pactera, Father. I never sold my soul.
I know, but your gift is demonic in origin. You use their power. That makes you an enemy of the 12 gods.
And yet I'm still alive.
I brought you out of the temple. The Rondrians were suspicious, but I guess they wanted to believe my lies.
What's the story on this Gamad? Falk's letters didn't say much about him.
People say he was a muddle-headed preacher who led the sick from the city a few moons ago with promises of salvation. Falk's letters suggest that the plague victims' exodus ended in the Clawmore in a village called Farnfield. He and Gamad seem to have known one another.
The Clawmore. Wasn't there supposed to have been a huge Alhanian ritual site there at one time?
The Alhani originally founded Warunk and ruled pretty much this whole area. So you should definitely find some Alhanian ruins there. If they really did have a ritual site in the Clawmore, it must have been very powerful. You still hear truly wondrous things about their mages today.
Why did so many of the sick follow him?
Gamad seems to have had some kind of healing artifact. He promised to heal all those who followed him.
And the authorities allowed this heresy because they were happy that the source of the plague was removing itself.
Possibly. Rika from the refugee camp may know something about the Clawmore. Apparently, her lover went with Gamad.
Calandra isn't my sister. That much I understand. But tell me again why you took us on as children, and why we had to flee for all those years.
Azaril, High Prophetess of the Church of Borbarad, gave 7 children demonic powers at their birth. You and Calandra were 2 of the 7 awakened. I was serving Azaril at the time, and I couldn't watch her sacrifice your mothers and your souls to the demon. I interrupted the ritual. I kidnapped you both and hoped that the demonic gifts would wither. But that didn't happen. Your gifts awaken when your blood mixed.
Azaril wanted Calandra to join the Borbarad Church from the very beginning. The wedding was only a trap to force Calandra to swear an oath. But then why did Azaril and Falk make so much of a fuss about the wedding, if they wanted to kidnap Calandra and imprison us anyway?
Azaril probably originally wanted to seduce Calandra over to the Borbarad Church in a gentle manner. Trapped in an unhappy marriage with Falk, it would have been easy for her to win Calandra's friendship. Azaril has her own view of freedom and free will. She may have wanted Calandra to join by her own choice. A few moons after the wedding, Azaril would have had 2 powerful agents in Warunk. They would have secretly used Falk's power over the Rondrians for their plans. Your victories over Falk and his necromancer sped things up. Azaril had to respond. She could also have decided just when to awaken Calandra's gift, at least if she had had Falk under better control. He, too, was one of those children and could have awakened Calandra's gift as well as you.
By beating, for example. Damn, I don't want to imagine anything else. Calandra and I have been able to do magic ever since our blood mixed. My power grew when I killed Folk. It was as if something had passed from him to me.
Azrael once said the 7 gifts would seek one another out when their bearers awoke. It's demonic power that works according to Borberadian rules. Blood magic. You work magic with the essence of those you hurt.
But our souls, and those of the other awakened.
I don't know, Chiron, but your blackout in the Rondra Temple could be bad news.
That my soul is damned.
Maybe not. You can only enter pacts with demons of your own free will. As long as you do not do so, there is still hope. Maybe even for those whose gift has been transferred to you. But the more you give yourself to your gift, the more power the demon may have over you, and perhaps Azrael as well.
We know that Folk wanted to become popular in Warunk by supporting the more tolerant Rondrians. But would that really have been enough to overthrow the Metropolitan?
The necromancer in the brothel, the marriage in the old Rondra Temple, the great understanding for the Warunkians' actions during the occupation, those were all symbols for the people.
Folk was supposed to prepare the ground for Azrael's religion. Freedom through pain, power through will, every human a mage. It's the kind of thing that appeals to people who have to justify themselves all the time.
The summonings were supposed to escalate the whole thing. Folk would have presented the people the culprit, and Metropolitan Yakon would have been accused of abandoning the city in its time of need.
Everything would have come down to a duel with the Metropolitan. With his gift and Azrael's magical support, Folk would have won and taken Yakon's place. What happened while I was unconscious?
With Folk's death, there is no longer a plague bailiff to ensure order in the refugee camp. I can't see Margrave Sumadan trusting another Rondrian with it. They're concerned with themselves at the moment. Yakon is checking his men thoroughly. Looks like there will be some duels of atonement soon.
What happened to Magus Theodore? Is he free again? After all, he helped save the city.
I saw him walking around freely. But only briefly, and then he was arrested by the guards. Seems he talked too loud again.
Of course. What else?
The Margrave was here. He didn't want to wake you, though. Good luck in the Clawmore, Chiron. Let me know if I can help, and get in touch when you're back.